All right, looks like I'm live and welcome to the chat, people. I think there's nobody here yet, but what I'm planning to do for this stream. Oh, geez, hang on. Feedback. All right, there we go. All right, so I've done a number of interviews on my channel so far, a couple dozen, I'm not sure how many, but anyway, uh, every time I interview one of these amazing activists, usually towards the end of the interview, I ask them, who are some of the channels that you would recommend? Um, and I have been getting the same names, a lot of the same names every time. And they are some of the people that we'll react to on this live stream. So, anyway, these are all people that I haven't interviewed yet, in some cases people that I have never even spoken to, and but who are doing great work and amazing activism and have obviously been getting the attention of people. And so let's react to them and show some of their content. Again, this is sort of, I realize that it seems egotistical that I have a very tiny channel, and the point is to sort of draw attention to these other activists who obviously have a much larger channel than I do. But these aren't the massive channels. These aren't your Earthling Eds. These aren't your Joey Carbstrongs typically that I'm going to be reacting to, although we will do some of that too. But anyway, so this is the idea, is to promote these channels, to get more attention to them, build the community out so that we're, all supporting each other. And it's really, I think it's really fun. Like, honestly, reacting to this stuff is just good entertainment. We learn from it. So anyway, let's take a look. Let me see what we'll start with here. I think, let's take a look. Share screen. And again, I'm going to keep using this forever until I get completely expert at this, but I'm quite new to this. So bear with me if I fuck up, which I will. Okay, what should we start with? Vegan activist makes incredible. Let's start with Clif. Okay, so Clif Grant. Okay. So Clif Grant, let's see if, let me make sure that that popped up nicely. Looks like it did. Okay. Clif Grant is someone that I have spoken with. He's an incredibly nice guy. We scheduled him for an interview on Wayne Shung's channel, so check that out. That's over on Wayne Shung's channel. Wait, is that what happened? It may have been that we got an interview on Clif's channel. But in any case, Clif is a really, really nice guy. He's gotten the attention of larger activist channels, and for good reason. He does great work. He has a very approachable manner. He's great at what he does, and he just goes out on his own and does these sort of street debate type things to get people to think. And I love Clif. So if you haven't already subscribed to Clif Grant, please do so. And by the way, I have the Supreme One as my name here. The reason I have that is I was doing an interview on Wayne Shung's channel, and Wayne dubbed me the Supreme One, and I like it. So it's a little tongue in cheek. So I'll just continue being the Supreme One until that joke becomes not funny anymore. And I guess I'm the only one who can judge whether or not that is still funny or not. But I like it. All right. Anyway, few people here yet, so I'm rambling a bit to give people a chance to come and see the content. But I think we'll just go ahead and get started with Clif Grant here. Now, I have not seen this video. It's newer, and all of the activists that the people have recommended to me, Lucie, Mel and Steve, Clif, Chip, I've seen a lot of their content, but I have not seen any of the videos we'll react to, so it'll be a fresh reaction. Let's get started with Clif.
Not really an interview, a conversation, yeah.
Conversation.
Yeah,
absolutely.
What do you think?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
It's not right. Animals are living creatures too.
Okay. I'm not going to reveal my position yet. I'm going to ask you 2 or 3 questions, see what your true thoughts are. Because normally people say they're against it, and then they turn out and try and justify it. So
Yeah.
I'm not trying to catch you out, by the way.
No, you're all right.
Genuine conversations I'm looking for.
I like just a real quick message about, I like how Clif kind of eases the tension instantly in all of his debates by saying, I'm not trying to call you out, sort of acknowledging that we were all in this position before where we all sort of were blindly following what society told us what to do and consuming animal products.
So first question is, what do you think of animals? You've already told me, but do you want to expand on that slightly?
I think they're living creatures.
By the way, for anybody that is joined the chat, please do send your recommendations if you have any of videos you want me to react to. Okay.
Have lives too. I think they deserve lives like humans. You know what I mean?
Okay.
They deserve to have their own thoughts. They deserve to have their own life. They eat, they sleep, they do all the same things as we do.
I agree with you, man.
Nice
That's a
message.
great answer. Right. So, what do you think of people who abuse animals or animal abuse in general?
I think it's obviously wrong, but I think people have the chance to redeem themselves and learn from situations.
I agree.
Obviously, if they've done it before,
Yeah.
I don't get why.
Also, let me know, it's hard for me to tell whether or not the volume matches up well between what I'm saying and what they're saying. So let me know if it's a little off.
Someone would do that, but I know people have their own judgments, their own thoughts, and own ideas, and own ways they think.
Everybody can change.
Everybody can change. Everybody deserves
I've-
a second chance. To
I have in ways supported animal abuse in the past, and I have changed. So that's why I'm not judging people,
Yeah.
because I've been part of it myself. I'll reveal that in a second. I'll tell you about it. The third question I ask is, what do you qualify as abuse? That was the question.
What do I qualify as abuse?
Or how would you describe abuse? in
Before we
general?
get there, I just, there's something about Clif, you know, like, so for instance, I could go out on the street and do this same exact approach, and it probably would work decently well, but with Clif, he just has this very approachable aura, you know, he just has like a, you know, you guys get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if I saw Clif out on the street, I'd be sort of drawn to him as like someone that, yeah, I will have a cool conversation with this guy. Even just, I don't know what it is about Clif, but he's got it.
General terms.
There's lots of different types of abuse. Obviously, there's emotional, there's physical, there's sexual.
That's good enough.
Any way that you're harming or affecting someone's
And
life.
he also brought up mental abuse, sexual abuse, all those sorts of things, all things that happen to animals in the animal agriculture industry.
Life would be abuse in a negative way.
I agree.
I'd agree.
Your answers, man, I have to tell you right now, are some of the best answers I've ever had. So
Actually,
Agreed, Clif. Great answers. This guy is, I like him so far.
I'm very hopeful about this conversation, but we'll see where we go with both questions.
Okay.
Great answers. I 100% agree with you. So there's many different ways to abuse somebody, from exploiting them, from enslaving them, sexually exploiting them, obviously harming them, hurting them, taking their life away from them. So the fourth question is the tricky one, right? And again, when I asked you this question, I'm not trying to trick
catch
you.
me out. Yeah.
And this is his formula. He does this, I think, with just about all of his questionnaires that he presents to people. He kind of goes through this step by step to get us to this question. And he always softens it by saying, I'm not calling you out. And it seems to help ease the defensiveness of the person, because the question could really put someone on the defensive very quickly.
I'm not trying to catch you out. I'm genuinely not.
It's an open conversation.
Yes. The animals we take in the slaughterhouses,
Yes.
the ones we turn into food and clothing, the ones we keep captive in zoos, the ones that we test on for cosmetics, those animals. What's your thoughts on that?
I think. Yeah, that's a good question.
There we go.
I can see why you catch people out with that.
I'm not trying to catch people out. Well,
It's to get you to open your thoughts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, he's smart, this guy too. Like he's even analyzing, kind of like I'm doing with Cliff right now. He's like analyzing the reasoning and the way that he's asking the question. Yeah, I too have high hopes for this one, Cliff.
I'll reveal to you now, I'm an animal rights activist.
Yeah.
I have loved animals my entire life, and my thoughts on them are the same as you.
Yeah.
They're living beings, the same as us, but all, okay, they're not the same as us.
Yeah.
But in most of the ways that matter, feeling pain, suffer, enjoying their life, all that stuff, I see them as the same.
Yeah.
Right? And I came across some information one day and I thought, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I paying people to do things to animals that I would never do myself? And those animals that we're taught not to care about, they are pretty much exactly the same as the ones that we are, like dogs and cats. You know, if you spend time around pigs and sheep and even chickens, have their own personalities.
Exactly. Like that personalities of lives.
Have you been around farm animals? I
have before, yeah.
What ones?
Sheep, cows, chickens.
How come? Or countryside? Or
I have family. I have friends that are working on farms, living in farms.
So if you even talk to a farmer, even about cows, seeming like the most benign animals, they all have their own personalities. Farmers will tell you that themselves. So my question then becomes,
what's up, Carrie? How are you doing today? By the way, I read what you sent me the other day, and I have some thoughts about that because you expressed that you felt ashamed. I'm actually, so that's giving people no context of what we're talking about, but you sort of told your vegan story. And I have many moments in my past where I have felt ashamed of some action. In fact, I want to pull up this. It's not really on the theme of today's reactions, but I want to pull up this old video that I saw just come across my feed the other day, and it's Wayne. It's DXE and Wayne from 10 years ago, and it's funny, like what comes through my feed, and it reminded me of a moment that I felt like I dropped the ball completely, and it made me think about it for weeks. After this happened, I'll share it later.
and I want you to think about this seriously. What's the justification if you can just
Night
eat
Rider
and wear something else and walk on the super truck and buy cosmetics that are cruelty free and not tested on animals and don't contain animal products? What's the justification, though?
There is none really, but
other than what you've been taught your entire life.
Yeah, we're humans. We need to eat. We need to learn things. We need to experiment. But at the same time,
you can eat something else.
Huh?
We're in 2024 and you can just eat something else.
You've got a point.
If I could tell you, I'm 57, right? I haven't eaten an animal product since I was 19.
Cliff is 57. He looks good. He looks great. I'm not saying 57's old. It's not old. But Cliff, I would have guessed 40s. Yeah. Early 40s.
Then you can survive.
You can survive without it, yeah.
I was an athlete.
And again, I don't mean to comment on people's physical appearance unless it's positively. Just by the way.
On a plant-based diet.
Yeah.
So what was the justification again? You know, I understand we're taught, but you're taught when you're young, like you need protein. Where do you think the animals get it from? Cows are 700 kilograms.
Yeah.
You can get all the protein you need from plant-based products. We're taught calcium. Where do you get calcium from? You're taught
milk.
Yeah. Where do you think? Well, the reason there's calcium in milk is because calcium is a mineral from the ground, right? So the reason they have calcium in the milk is because they eat grass off the ground. You can just eat coloured greens, cabbage, kale, whatever. Yeah. Get all the calcium you need. Iron the same. So if you find out that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, you can also eat a fucking terrible plant-based diet. You eat ice cream and chocolate all day on it. But if you can be healthy and thrive, and you can buy clothing that looks exactly. I mean, you can go into Dr. Martens there, right, and have a full vegan range upstairs. Yeah. Vegan leather that looks exactly the same and it costs the same. Yeah. Then what's the justification for paying people to stick knives in animals' throats when you've got a very incredible point there? You've opened up my mind completely with that.
Nice. That. I love this guy. You know, it's impressive when someone on the street is just kind of being confronted with something new, and their mind is open and they're not defensive in the way. And he said, like, you've just kind of changed my perspective. I love that. It's impressive. And this guy seems young, like 20s, I don't know. Like, yeah, again, it's like because of Clif, like Clif just has that charisma. He really does. He has like a very, very good way of talking to people. That is, I mean, I can't imagine like being defensive talking to Cliff.
Because that's all I'm here trying to do.
Yeah.
I don't just do this, right? I do lots of different things. I go into schools, primary schools, secondary schools, and universities, and I do talks.
Yeah.
I'm also an animal rights activist.
Yeah.
So I go on the farms and slaughterhouses. I've been inside them, and I see what the animals go through.
I don't know if you're talking to me, Carrie, or Night Rider, but I have been very well. This weekend has been great so far. I saw the film Nosferatu. By the way, so good. So good, that movie. Loved it. Loved it. In terms of like mood and sound and everything, that was really fun. Check out that movie if you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
It's not
It's
working.
not right.
It's
No.
shocking. I'm going to tell you one thing. I live in Galgorm in Ballymena, right?
Mhm.
You heard of it?
Yeah.
Galgorm Resort and Spa. Right next door to it, and right from my house, is a pig slaughterhouse called Cranswick Country Foods.
Mhm.
The pigs, I don't know if you know, that's super intelligent, really, really smart
Really,
animals.
really smart animals.
Fourth.
Very
First is
smart.
us, I think. There's dolphins and whales, corvids,
Yeah.
pigs.
Yeah.
So they're smarter than primates and dogs. So when they arrive there, man,
And
they're
we are primates. So just saying.
terrified because they hear the screaming inside. Do
Yeah.
you know what we do to those animals in that place? And 95% of the pig slaughterhouses in the UK and all over Europe and in America too. Do you know what we do to them?
Slaughter them.
Yeah, but how? I'm asking you how. Do you know?
No, not how.
Man, put them in gas chambers.
It's not right. No, it's
They put in
absolutely
their
not right.
caves. They made a stand in line, right? And they watch their, because they all come from one. A truck will come in from one
Yeah.
farm at a time, so they're with their friends, their families.
Do y'all think, like, here's a question for you guys, because we bring up the gas chambers a lot, and I'm always thinking that it's going to be like this shocking moment for people, and I'm not sure if it is or not. It's a great thing to bring up, but I'm just wondering, what do y'all think? Do y'all think it hits people the way we think it does? I'm not sure. He didn't seem to have a very visible reaction to hearing about gas chambers there, but maybe it's just because, you know, when you're expecting to hear something terrible, it's all terrible, and you know it's going to be terrible. But anyway, that is something that I didn't know when I was not vegan, that pigs were killed in gas chambers or stunned in gas chambers or whatever you want to call it.
Animals are friends and families like us. And if they stand on the line and watch 3 or 4 go into a cage at a time and be dropped down into a carbon dioxide gas chamber,
Could you imagine that was what that would be like for humans? Like,
Agreed,
The humans, right?
yeah.
James.
So they know what those screams mean. And the worst part of me being there, so you're okay. The worst part of me standing there and watching that is, yes, it's fucking terrible listening to the ones going
Yeah.
through it. You see these ones that are waiting behind,
They know what's about to happen.
terrified,
Yeah.
man. I mean, terrified to the point where it's deeply distressing
Yeah.
for me to even talk. You can probably hear now for me to talk about it.
Yeah.
The last time I was there, man, I couldn't speak to anybody about it for like 3 days afterwards.
Yeah.
It's terrible. And if it was
rough.
dogs, people would be up in arms. But because we're taught we eat vegan and we need all that shit, which you don't need.
Yeah, you can have it.
You don't even think about it.
Products, yeah.
People drive past that place and they just don't even think about what's going on inside.
Yeah.
And 500 yards down the road, people are sitting in Galgorm Resort and Spa and hot
Yeah.
tubs and stuff while those animals are being gassed.
Yeah.
next door.
It's not right. Like,
Yeah, and that's one of the themes that I keep coming back to. Like, for instance, in my interviews, I keep bringing up this movie, Zone of Interest. It really impacted me. It's about the Holocaust, and it's about these Nazi guards or whatever they are. I don't know, you know, Nazis that live right next to a concentration camp. And the film is showing the dichotomy of this sort of like idealistic looking suburban like home where there's like a garden and a pool and children playing and stuff, and that's where the guards live. And and over the wall is the concentration camp. So you're hearing through sound, you're hearing like gunshots and people screaming, and it's really chilling. And it's a great commentary on who we are as a people, that we can have this horrible thing happening right near us and ignore it. And that's why, to me, the film had nothing to do with animal agriculture, but it's a perfect commentary on animal agriculture, because it is this thing that happens right next to us. Like Cliff is saying, you could be just, we're just chilling out, having a bath, whatever it is. And this horrible thing is happening, oftentimes right near us. Like, you don't have to drive very far to find one of these places, depending on where you are.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, man.
No
I'm going to
worries.
give you a card before you go. 1 wee second, I'll shake your hand. Yeah, I do like YouTube and Instagram, but I'm not doing it, man. I'm not an influencer. I'm not an influencer.
Mind, yeah.
I just feel like animals are, they're innocent like children. That's how I see them.
Yeah. No, I'd agree.
Carrie, I will. I can't remember if it's like my usual email address linked to on my YouTube channel, but my address is on there. Anyway, you could just type in jeremysloeb@gmail.com. That's a good email you could find me at.
We take advantage of them and exploit them in many ways. Even the dairy industry, you'll find out. I'm going to ask you what's that wee speech there.
Yeah.
Free to watch on YouTube. It's on my channel.
100%, I'll watch it.
But you can Google it elsewhere. It's a guy in a classroom in it's a university in America, and it is literally
Gary's speech. He's talking about Gary Yourofsky's speech.
Powerful thing
Yeah.
I've ever watched in my life. I don't watch speeches generally. It sounds like porn. I thought I'd scrub through it in 5 minutes. Yeah. It's about 40 minutes long. And if I've given you something about that guy, will just drop bombs in your head for 40 minutes.
I can't remember Cliff's story if it was Gary's speech that did it, but a lot of people that I've talked to and know about, Gary's speech is the moment for them.
It's definitely on my mind. Thanks very much.
I appreciate it. What's your name?
Carson.
Yeah. My Instagram and YouTube's at the bottom there.
No worries.
As long as this recorded okay, I will definitely use this conversation because it's been great.
No worries.
I appreciate it, man.
No worries. Thank you very much.
You have a good day. Cheers.
Awesome guy on the street. Awesome job, Cliff. Okay, so you guys, a lot of you know Cliff already. Okay, gotcha, Carrie. Yeah, a lot of you already know Cliff, but go sub to his channel if you haven't done so. Show him some love, because he's just a lovely guy. And unlike the other people that I have had recommended to me by these other activists, the 3 that I put in the title here, I've actually spoken with Cliff, and he's just as lovely behind the scenes as he is on the camera. Just a great guy. So yeah, and I'm remembering right now, it was on Cliff's channel that he had Wayne on, and that was in support of Wayne during the Ridgeland trial. So Cliff helped us out a lot. Gave us a platform to talk about Wayne's charges when he was facing 16 years for rescuing beagles from Ridgeland Farms in Wisconsin, United States. Those charges were dropped because probably because they realized that people like Cliff Grant and many others were drawing attention to it. So thank you, Cliff. All right, what do we got next here? Let's see. Hang on. All right, I'll pull it up. What do you guys want next? We're on a delay. I think we're always on a delay. Antinatalist. Interesting. As a rule, you don't donate watch hours to anyone overtly antinatalist. Interesting. Yeah. If I didn't even know that about Cliff, but interesting. Yeah. I know you have some children as well, Carrie. I have no kids myself, personally. I wouldn't consider myself antinatalist, though. More agnostic, I guess, on that. Let's see. Okay. Did I pulled my comment down. Now let's switch over to, let's do Lucie Monthon. How about that? Lucie. Okay, so Lucie is the person that I have probably watched the least out of this group of people. Did that pop? There it did. Okay, cool. All right, so I've never seen this. I have seen a little bit of Lucie's work, and she seems really great. So let's check her out. I think, according to someone I spoke with, she lives in the United States and she is French. So doing activism in America, which is so needed. Yeah.
Head with a hammer.
Half, you know.
Yeah, let me back it up.
Maybe I like the noise a pig makes when I hit its head with a hammer.
Oh.
Half, you know. Oh, I know. Oh,
Maybe a disabled human.
very eye-opening. Oh.
Looks like she found some interesting people to talk to. I think she's like Montana or somewhere.
Thank you so much for watching that.
Sheesh.
Let me put this
Very
to
good video. Boy,
Yeah.
I hope many people see that.
How'd that make you feel watching that video?
Oh, it made me feel really sad for all those little animals.
So how did you feel watching this video?
Well, I'd seen a lot of it before, but it's a good reminder that there's no
So there's a bunch of antinatalist vegans that you ignore because you're a mom and don't need to be shamed for it. I have enough shame, thanks. Don't even care if you are. I just don't need to be told off about it by people I've never met. Sure, I can understand that. Yeah. All right, let's see. Let me get a comment up to promote Lucie. Okay, let's see. This should be interesting. This is not a very long video, almost 7 minutes.
no nice way to eat meat.
Oh yeah, it reminds me to eat less meat. How do you think they feel?
Oh, I bet they feel awful.
So she showed
Makes fun of
them
you.
some horrible footage, which is an interesting strategy for starting a conversation. I wonder how she does it. Does she say, hey, would you like to watch some footage and answer questions about it? Which would be, I guess, if that were the case, then it would be hard for someone to be, well, for one, it starts off with them speaking less from a place of ignorance because now they've seen something horrific that they would then have to justify.
Be a vegetarian, maybe.
Oh, horrible! It's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, very painful. Very
Yeah.
painful for them.
yeah. These are animals. Some of this it includes mammals. They have feelings. It's like if people were raised to harvest their skin or organs. Yeah.
And talking about fish as well because they also are sentient and of course it's not only about the flesh, it's also the secretions like eggs, breast milk, things like that. So yeah, what do you think we can do to help stop this as individuals?
Help educate people on how the big farms work and maybe institute some best practices for how to take care of the
at that.
animals.
Nice.
Just reduce demand.
Yeah, I think making meat in these horrible ways has such enormous advantage for the producer over humane treatment that the only thing to do is to eat less meat or zero meat.
What would you call someone who refuses to exploit other animals?
Smart people so far.
Gross. I don't know.
Like someone who refuses to participate in that, to exploit them.
Oh, I see what you mean. Like an activist.
An activist.
A vegan?
A vegan?
Have you heard of that word?
What is it with people not knowing how to pronounce vegan? I don't get it. Did he say it? Did he say vegan?
Yep.
Vegetarian.
Like Trump did?
Like an activist.
A vegan?
Oh no, maybe he
vegan?
did say
Have you-
vegan. Sorry, I just heard it in my head. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Heard of that word?
Vegan,
Yeah.
Vegetarian. Yeah.
People think it's just a diet, veganism, but really it's the stance against all non-human animal use by humans. It includes animal testing, writing them, like just using them.
Oh, Lucie, veganism is a religious cult. Okay, let's make that clear.
as objects of sex. When I see these types of things, there's a powerlessness and horror to it. Have you ever had a
Am I right?
connection to another animal?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever had a moment in your life where you felt overpowered or taken advantage of?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do you see where I'm going with this, though?
Yeah.
But,
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Very sad.
what would prevent you from opposing the notion that they're here to serve you and going vegan?
I guess convenience.
Honest answer.
Yeah, it's yeah. I've never stopped eating milk. I've stopped eating meat for a time, but yeah, there's no good reason to. I have to say.
These are good people that she's talking to. They're being honest, not very combative. Nice little series of people.
Probably like getting my family on board, you know, like my husband. And kids would probably be okay. They'd probably be on board.
Yeah, I
They're
heard
little,
vegan.
so I can teach them whatever. But
I think maybe it was an accent or
I
something.
totally feel that. It's one actually, it's the hardest aspect to going vegan for a lot of people, the social aspect. A lot of people bring up this. I mean, that was also one of the reasons why I wasn't before I turned vegan, like the convenience. I'm putting you on the spot, all right? So if a slave owner was to justify owning a slave by saying that it's convenient for them or they benefit from it, what would you think about that?
Well, I mean, I think it's different though. Humans are a step above animals, but yeah, I mean, I think you.
Why? Why are we? I mean, look, there are certain things that we can do that animals can't do, of course. We have like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. We have like, some of the things that I was about to say, I didn't even want to say because I don't know if animals have an equal capacity for them that we just don't really know. But we know for sure that we can't fly. We can't sense things in the way. I really love the intro to Earthlings that talks about how there are animals that have senses that we don't have, never had, or have lost. Showing butterflies flying around, like just the way that animals are sensing things. So maybe animals are a step above us. Like, why don't we think about that? Why do we have to be above everyone?
Do the best you can, but it is hard to, feed your kids quickly if you have to go to work or whatever. If they don't like protein that's not from an animal, and it's harder to make. So, and like at school they get free food, and it's has meat. So, a lot of people just let their kids eat the free food at school.
Yeah, the school nutrition is really disturbing, especially that I believe it is like in the United States, and I haven't been in school for, decades and decades, of course, but I believe in most schools, like they're required to serve milk. And so even the kids who don't want milk are receiving the milk and throwing it in the garbage. There was a young girl who fought her school. I don't remember her name. I think she ended up going to Duke University though. And she had this battle with her school and I think sued the USDA over like the requirement that they serve, cow's milk in her school. She just wanted to get soy milk or something. So yeah, and a lot of kids of color particularly are lactose intolerant. So it's sort of this ingrained racism in our schools. Like imagine if you were forced to drink milk that gave you a stomach ache and made you feel like shit all day. A lot of Black kids, a lot of Asian kids, it's just like, I feel like I think it's that white people are the most able to tolerate cow's milk, which gives us an advantage in school. So, I mean, that probably has like ripple effects in terms of like how well people do in school as well.
Okay, what is the difference between a non-human animal and a human that makes it okay to enslave and exploit an animal, but not a human?
Just the level of their intelligence.
Okay. So if a human is less intelligent, and they can never become more intelligent, right? Like, for example, they have a mental handicap. Would it be okay then to enslave them and use their bodies?
No, but it's still different.
What is it?
because they're maybe a disabled human, but they're still humans.
People do this a lot. I've noticed, like, this is sort of like she's sort of running the name the trait argument, and asking her to name the trait, and it so frequently goes to intelligence first, and then the interviewer or the vegan will bring up, okay, what about a mentally handicapped person? And the person will say, well, but they're still a human. So then species is the trait. And so I've seen people walk through this. I wonder if Lucie is going to do this. So the next question would be, okay, well, so what if you've discovered that a certain group of people, like by genetics, just weren't part of our species? Like, would it then be okay to kill and eat them? So this just is not a good argument to make, that just because someone belongs to a certain species, that makes it different or okay. I mean, different is not a justification for okay. People are saying it would still be different. Okay, maybe it's a little different, but different in what way that matters?
At any point in history, was there a group that said that we could take advantage of another group just because they were part of that group?
Your kindergarten school report mentions how you vomited every day, probably because of what you were being forced to eat, Carrie. That's interesting. So, Carrie, since you're a mother, what is, and you don't need to share your personal details if you don't want, but I'm curious, when your children were going to school, were they being forced to have a carton of milk on their table, or, I mean, with their tray or whatever? Or what was the situation with that?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's a good book about eating meat, and it said some people say they eat meat because they like it, and it said, well, maybe I like the noise a pig makes when I hit its head with a hammer.
Oh, so the intro made him sound insane, but he was actually making a point. That would be a horrible justification. So he seems kind of with this message, actually.
Make it okay, and everybody would say, well, of course not. So right, it's not a preference, isn't a reason to mistreat an animal.
Like, for example, like let's say sexism, for example, like saying, well, because they're women, we can do whatever we want with them,
Right.
you know? Let me throw you a curveball though, right? If you were one of these animals...
Back up a little. I think,
for example, like
I don't know if this is a couple right here, but it seems like he's getting it more. She's getting it, but kind of battling against it a little bit and seems skeptical. But even when people are battling, I feel like a lot of them know in their heads this isn't right.
Let's say sexism, for example, like saying, well, because they're women, we can do whatever we want with them, you know? Let me throw you a curveball though, right? If you were one of these animals in the video, how quickly would you want humans to start doing that to you?
Like yesterday.
Yeah, good answer.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
If you were in their position and the person who put you in that position told you that the reason why I'm going to still exploit you is because it's hard for me to be around other people that are not going to be vegan, so I'm not going to be vegan.
Question,
for example,
Lucie.
right?
Oh, yeah.
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 Bullshit. That would be
a good enough reason?
bullshit reason. Good question.
Probably not. No. Mm-mm.
If you were the one being enslaved, how long would you want me to wait before I free you?
Yeah,
Another
that's a good
question.
point.
Another
Not
great
a lot
question.
of time.
Right, yeah, not a lot of time.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you taking the time
Not
to
a
do
lot
this.
of time. No time. I think everybody she talked to was intelligent and honest and thinking. She seemed like the one most not with it, but I still think that I think she was just kind of running through arguments, and she seems to get it to me also.
Right, yeah, not a lot of time.
Yeah.
Not a lot of time,
I really
meaning no
appreciate you
time.
taking the
No
time
time.
to do this. How many animals are going to be exploited on your behalf, you know? Oh, I know. Oh, you can be vegan. That's the amazing thing about it.
True. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Wow, that is sad. So Australian schools, we take packed lunch. Your kids had whatever they put in it, but the teachers check their lunches and won't let them play until they've eaten. So your kids spent lunchtime sitting inside, not allowed to play because they didn't want to eat their lunch. They're in high school now. They eat whatever they want and they choose vegan food. Badass, your kids.
Hope to see you at an event.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
thank you. We do have to go, but
I just want to give you a card real
I
quick.
love your work.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
thank you. Well, please remember that they're being exported and
Thank
safe
you.
for you.
Thank
So
you.
go vegan immediately.
Oh, and there's a look.
That they're being exported and
Thank
safe
So
for you.
looks
So
like this is
go
a
vegan
couple with some
immediately.
kids. So that's going to impact, like, and the kids watching this, like, I imagine they'll be like, huh, that was kind of an interesting that happened, even like years down the road.
Very eye opening.
Have a good one.
That was really well
Yeah.
done. In a very short amount of time, Lucie was able to convey a very powerful message to those people that hopefully stays with them and promotes some change. If you want to know where you would have stood on human slavery before the Civil War, look at where you stand on animal slavery today. Great point. I bring it up all the time because I always look back in history at things that were horrible, and I would like to have thought about myself that I would have been the kind of person who stood against it. Well, there was something we were doing right in that moment that I was not at that point standing against, and it was right on my plate, and it hadn't clicked yet. And I was already a person who wanted to be against all forms of oppression, regardless. I don't like bullies, okay? I don't like people bullying other people, whether no matter what race you are, who you like to have a relationship with, what gender you identify with. I don't care. Bullies suck. That should be the point of all of this. Bullies suck. All right. Great video, Lucie. That was so good. So yeah, I'm going to have to watch more of Lucie's content. I've only seen a little bit. I actually saw her doing some reacting. What's up, Dennis? How are you? Thanks for coming back. I appreciate you. All right, let's see. Okay, we will swap over. Let's watch some. Who do I have pulled up? Let's watch Chip. Yeah, let's do Chip. A lot of people recommended Chip to me when I first started YouTube. Yeah. Okay, share this tab instead. So I've watched a little bit of Chip, not a lot. Carrie, be nice. All right, here we have, okay, we've got Chip here. You know, I pulled up Militant Vegan as well, but I kind of want to react to that. Maybe we'll do it, but I want to react to the debate she had with Sean Baker that I know is old, and I know a lot of people have reacted to it, but it was so entertaining and so good. And she kicked his ass. And I want to react to it. So maybe we'll do that. Let's see if people are hanging around. So let's maybe add Militant Vegan to the list. All right, here's Chip. Seems like a really nice guy. Have not spoken with him ever. Never spoken with Lucie either. Hopefully I'll change that at some point. Maybe have them on the channel if they would like to come on. So let's
punishable by death.
Everybody knows that it's wrong. You either just don't care or you don't want to confront the fact that your actions aren't actually aligning with what you say you believe in.
What is it that I can say that you stop
By the
exploiting?
way, I gotta fix my setup because I've got this chair that's too tall and the microphone's short, so it's down here, so I'm slouching. I need to get a short chair that I'm sitting on. So anyway, if you see me shifting a lot, it's because I'm kind of uncomfortable.
Animals today, and I'll say it.
But you know,
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but
It is
direct-
not
No,
my
Joe?
fault.
No.
The animals are in this.
No, Joe is the best. Carrie, I'm just joking about Joe. Joe's my really good friend. I'm just giving him a hard time when he joins my stream. Joe is one of my best friends. So yeah, he's always welcome, obviously. I love Joe. But, you know, we give each other a hard time.
Position.
Well, if you support this system, it is your fault.
And this is why I think we should end this conversation.
Oh boy. She couldn't handle it. I'm so tired of hearing animal people declare how difficult it is to go vegan. Going vegan is as easy as wanting to go vegan. Correct, Gary. That is correct. It is very easy. I found anyway.
What's your name?
And by the way,
My
I
name
know
is-
that there are some people who struggle with it. You know, it can be different in different people's life situations, but for me, it was a piece of cake.
Ia.
Nice to meet you, Tia. I'm Chip.
Hi, Chip. Nice to meet you.
You want to try it too?
Sure.
What's your name?
Jade.
Jay, nice to meet you. I'm Chip.
Hi, Chip. Nice to meet you.
Do you also want to try it?
Shelly.
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 Shelly. I'm
Look,
Chip.
you mod
Okay.
for a lot of things.
What do you think about this?
No.
No?
Why would it be legal?
Animal abuse.
You
should
read
be
it very
illegal.
fast.
Changed my mind. She said, nope. Look at the dog and the cat.
By the way, props to you. So you're saying animal abuse shouldn't be legal?
No.
Why not?
I guess it already is. No.
We already know that she's going to peace out of the conversation because this is triggering for her.
Why shouldn't it be legal? Yeah.
Well, I have a dog, so I wouldn't want her to be abused. But I suppose in many places it's legal already. So.
Yeah. What do you think?
I strongly believe animal abuse should be punishable by death.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. So she's gonna bolt from this conversation, and she just said animal abuse should be punishable by death. That's a strong. Wow. I can't wait to see how this goes.
That's pretty straight. Yeah.
I don't actually think it should be legal.
Okay. What do you think, Shelly?
It should not be legal. Animal
not be
abuse
legal.
should not be legal.
Okay. So you all agree that
Relationship.
abusing dogs or cats should be illegal. Can I ask why?
They
That's
okay.
amazing.
My feeling is they are beings and they have rights, and they should be protected. And because they don't have their own, I guess you could say freedom, they should be taken care of even better
Yeah.
than.
They're like babies.
Yeah, they're the
good
most
point, yeah.
vulnerable species, I feel like. Also, we domesticate cats and dogs, so they don't have
Their own.
the right, I guess, direction as to like how to live on their own. And so they are the most vulnerable. They're not like prey.
Okay.
I mean, they are prey.
So you agree that cats or dogs should not be abused.
Mhm.
What about cows, chickens, pigs? You touched upon that.
Yeah, but I guess it's hypocritical, right? Because if you eat animals, then you still contribute to the abuse of animals.
Exactly. Right. So what is keeping you
I'm
from
so
not abusing?
interested in watching her just because I can't wait to see the transformation that happens. So far, she's like, yeah, that's right.
Animals if you're so
Well, this is a long one, by the way. I didn't realize that. Okay. I'm down. You guys down? I'm down.
opposed to it?
Whatever.
If you say that it should be punishable by death,
I
that
guess
means you
it's
shouldn't be consuming animal products.
convenience. And I think it's,
Just put the sign down.
especially it's like a cultural thing too. I think in certain cultures,
Gotcha. By the way, like it's kind of awkward. I hear you, Carrie. James Durkin is live. James Durkin does amazing street activism, so I am not offended if anybody wants to jump on the other lives. Don't feel like you have to be loyal to me. It's a little awkward going live because I'll see other people are live at the same time. Like for instance, David Rams was doing his thing earlier today, and even though I'm not going to pull many people from David Rams, I don't really want to pull one person. That was a cool conversation. So anyway, James Durkin is an awesome activist. Go check him out.
say a lot of traditional cuisines involve animals. So I don't know. I've been vegan before, but it was quite difficult, especially if you like start to live like a faster lifestyle. We're from the United States. It's a bit harder there, I think.
Okay.
I try to go as vegan as much as possible.
Oh, okay. That's good.
It's
So-
not always possible, particularly when you eat out.
How do you
It's
feel?
getting better.
Because you were the one who said that you should be punished.
Well, it is
by
possible every time you eat out, regardless of where you are, because doesn't every restaurant you go to serve water? I mean, it's like, so if you're at a restaurant and people aren't eating vegan, like if they don't have any vegan options, for one, I would just leave that restaurant. But if I was like trying to have a social night out or something, I just had to be with some people, I'd be like, all right, well, it's going to be a shit meal, but I'll have a glass of water and whatever piece of lettuce you want to give me. Just don't charge me for the piece of lettuce like that fucking fire restaurant douchebag that had that lady, told her he was going to give her a vegan meal. She gets there and then he serves her a piece of lettuce and charges her like 30 some dollars for it. She writes a bad review and he goes crazy on vegans. Fuck that guy.
like that.
My opinions are kind of mixed.
What's up, Felix?
My mom is Buddhist, so I grew up a lot vegetarian. So we can eat a plant-based diet. It's not too hard. And so I know there is a life that you can live with it. But also, we're from the States, and I feel like meat is really a big part. I mean, there are a lot of vegan options, I feel like, but for the most part, like I am Vietnamese, and a lot of our cuisines are half meat. So I guess there is like a battle. I guess it's very hypocritical of me to say that, I guess.
So I heard a bit of
acknowledging it. She's acknowledging being hypocritical on it. And yeah, I know a lot of like Southeastern Asian countries like the Philippines and stuff. It's a lot of meat eating. So it may be harder in some of these places to be vegan than it is in like America or wherever Chip is. But obviously, I think Chip is in Europe somewhere. I don't really know. But obviously, it's possible to be vegan. If Chip is there, I mean, it's possible to be vegan everywhere. But anyway.
the cultural, like a lot of you said, it's cultural. And I mean, I'll dive into that. But before we do that, like.
Sorry, I've left up Lucie Munson on the screen. This is not Lucie. Let's show your comment there, Felix. Anyway, what does this guy go by? Chip? Like, I know it's Chip, but what is his channel called? I can't remember. That Chip guy. All right, I'll put that up. That Chip guy. You guys gotta watch me, okay? If I've got Lucie on the screen and Chip is actually the one you guys tell me I'm dropping the ball. Amsterdam. Yeah, I think it's probably possible to be vegan in Amsterdam, right?
I'm curious, what do you think?
It might be hard. No, I'm just kidding.
Veganism is, because you mentioned that. What do you think a person who is vegan is?
I mean, it just depends. I know some people are vegan for their health and some people are vegan for their morals, but I don't think it's a bad thing. I think if you can be vegan, then that's great.
What do you think a vegan is?
What do I think a vegan is?
Yeah.
So vegan is, you have a choice between health, but more morals. And the people that I know that are very vegan haven't eaten any animal product in a very long time and really choose to support and really don't touch any animal product.
Okay. And what about you?
For me,
for her, that's not really. See, I'm worried about this one. We already know how this ends up.
I think a vegan, for the most part, I think there's like a derogatory use.
By the way,
nuance.
I just want to say, like, she says it's derogatory. Look, we need to own the word, okay? I'm tired of this, like, apologizing, tiptoeing around the word vegan shit. I am vegan and proud, and I don't give a fuck who cares, like, who is triggered by that.
When it comes to veganism, when you think of someone who is vegan, you think of someone who like pushes that ideal onto other people, who like, strongly believes like anybody who eats meat is in the wrong. And I think a lot of vegans, especially if we see it on social media or just like you come across somebody, their morals are very, very strong. So sometimes when I hear people are vegan, I sometimes not necessarily shun them away, but I think there's more of like, it feels almost dystopian in a way because you don't feel like they think that they're in line with you because you eat meat.
Dennis, I don't think they really do. I think that some vegan activists imagine that it's like very triggering. I mean, I don't know. Like, we're not trying to be liked. I just try to remind myself that a lot. I don't care. Like, for the sake of making an argument, it's better if the person might like us, but I don't really care. I really don't care if someone likes me or not in the, walking away from a conversation like this.
So, in terms of vegan, I think it really is a lifestyle. Like, it's a whole personality that you take upon yourself, and it's not just, oh, I don't eat meat.
Okay, so I'll ask you one, just to make things clearer. What do you think a feminist is?
I guess feminism is about gender equality, but then there's also kind of the thing of gender fairness. So like with animals, right? They can't take care of themselves. So it's not about like making animals equal to you.
All right, y'all, I got distracted during that last girl's comment. I can tell that now we're starting to see the cracks form with her.
If they are equal, they can't really be. It's the same thing with women. And I think, I don't know how it is here, but in America, women aren't treated that well, but it is better compared to other places, but still there's a long way to go. But I think the most important thing is stressing gender fairness and non-equality because men and women can't be equal.
Yeah, so equal rights and opportunities for women.
Yeah.
And men, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so to bring it back to veganism, veganism is exactly like feminism.
Right.
It's just about the animals. It means veganism is not a diet. It's not a lifestyle. I mean, it accompanies with a lifestyle, but the reality of it is just the idea of opposing the exploitation, abuse, and slaughter of animals because we think, not that they're equal to us necessarily, like
Right.
I don't believe that you are equal to me or that, not because you're
This was 3 months ago posted, by the way.
a woman, but like just because you're a stranger to me, right? So, but rather because I believe that you yourself value your life probably just as much as I myself value my life, and probably just as much as any other animal values their own life, right? And their own experience throughout that life.
Right.
So in that sense, when we consume animal products, we inherently pay for a system that exploits them, abuses them, and eventually slaughters them. So being vegan just means we're opposing all of that. And of course, that means following through with it, right? Because if we just say we oppose the idea of animal abuse, but then we wholeheartedly go to the store and pay for animals to be abused, then that means we're just doing lip service, right? It's just like saying I'm a feminist, but then going home and beating my wife because, I'm just saying I'm a feminist, but I don't actually believe in it, right?
Right.
So I can understand that it can seem like we're pushing our beliefs onto people when we're sitting on the street like what I'm doing now and talking to people. But the reality is a lot of people have been conditioned, like myself included. I've been brought up, believing that consuming animals, it's okay, that these animals they don't really suffer, or that we don't have to think about it too much. But the reality is there's no difference between cows, chickens, pigs, and the dogs or cats, which we already know have a personality, which we already can see that
See you soon.
they have their own individuality and they want to live and they don't want to die and they suffer, and all of these animals feel the same way. So how do you feel that you want to proceed going forward with this? Like, I understand there's a couple of difficulties and we can touch upon those, but do you think any of those justifications justify treating animals or exploiting them for something that we can, like, even if it's a little bit harder, we can do it without, right?
Right. No, I mean, there isn't actually any justification, especially
Good. So you're vegan now, right? Good job, Chip. You did it.
now because it's accessible. I think if it's like a justification that you're making, it's really just an excuse. But I think everybody knows that it's wrong. You either just don't care or you don't want to confront the fact that your actions aren't actually aligning with what you say you believe in.
She's cool.
Like me, you know, I eat animal
I would
products.
also say
She gets it.
for us, it is also a privilege to choose between being vegan and being not. Because
Okay, well, exercise your privilege then to be vegan. I know where she's going with this. I have seen too many of these, had too many of these types of conversations, and I know where this is going. Y'all know where this is going too, right? Even people that join late that didn't see how this ends up, you know what's about to happen here.
there are a lot of other people in the world who just also don't have that option. And in those instances, I can't speak for them and their own experiences. But coming from a place where vegan is an option and we can decide, you know, even in the next day that we can be, it is a really big privilege that not many people have. So I think there is also like a very big discourse on that where, yes, I think morally we know it's wrong because we've been taught and educated, you know, through the science, like this is not humane, but there are other people who don't get that same privilege and same education. So I would say this conversation opens up my eyes a lot, but in terms of other people, I can't speak on it generally.
I agree. Like that's the thing, right?
That's okay. Like, it's really about he's making this not about everyone. It's just about the three of you. So far she's all right. I don't understand what happens here. Let's see where this all goes wrong.
Like to give a quick response to, like, it's not about, I agree there's maybe places on earth where it's more difficult to be vegan, right? But when we have the opportunity to be vegan, when we have the opportunity to,
I'm trying to start from their perspective. I didn't want to dispute that being vegan is a privilege, although I disagree with it. I wanted to keep the conversation going. Yeah, smart. I mean, yeah, I also agree it's not a privilege, but if it is a privilege, let's exercise that privilege, you know? So what I'm saying is that, yes, I acknowledge that someone in Vietnam may have a more difficult time to be vegan than I do. I don't believe that being vegan is a privilege, but I do acknowledge that I am a privileged person, is the point that I'm making. So, but Chip is smart to try to keep this friendly, I think, because I don't know.
have a
Let's see
plant-based
how it goes.
diet, to not oppress animals. And maybe it's a little bit harder for us, maybe in some cases, because we will trade off a little bit of the cost for convenience, or one or the other, right? Because you can also have it low cost, but maybe it's a little bit more inconvenient, but then you can put more money into it and it's a bit more convenient, like usual, like any other usual food or diet that you make. But because we have this privilege, as you mentioned it, I believe that means we have even more of an obligation to do it, because when we do this, then the more people that will have this privilege do it, the more it becomes available for people who don't have this options, who it's more difficult for, because, you know, we live in a capitalistic society, it's supply and demand. So if we demand one product, they will supply it. If we demand this other product, they will supply it, right? So even more a responsibility for vegan products to go down in price, although most of the...
And by the way, I know a lot of people make the point that because of like subsidies and like, some people like dispute the supply and demand. And I think that most people realize it can be more complicated than just one product versus, you know, there is, you know, a lot of thumbs on the scale for animal agriculture, and we know that. But it just is, you know, supply and demand still is a thing that you can influence, and that's the power that we have as individuals. Obviously, we can all be activists too, but just starting out,
products in the store are actually vegan, and they're actually the cheapest, like rice, pasta, lentils, beans. But even the plant-based meats or plant-based cheeses, all of this, the only way that they can go down in price is more people like us, that they make the choices, right?
So what I personally do is really support the companies that are doing plant-based alternatives and making them acceptable, viable, and tasteable by people who are normally used to eating meat. So
she's already doing that. That's cool.
For instance, we're from California, so there's much more vegan
So
alternatives.
they're from California. Yeah, definitely possible to be very comfortably vegan in California.
Yeah.
And a lot more technology. So like there's a woman-owned company that started plant-based cheese, and it's
Miyoko.
actually pretty good.
I wonder if she lives in Petaluma, because that's where Miyoko is. I have not met Miyoko Skinner. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but I was there in Petaluma recently, and they had said, "Oh yeah, we just saw Miyoko here like the other day or something." So I just missed her. Damn. I would like to meet her.
Like the better options to make it tasteable and acceptable, because I've eaten vegan for a long time, and some of it's really not good, right? Alternatives.
Just
to,
like the meat-based
right.
products, right? Some of them are good, some of them are not good. It's
Right.
the same.
So the more advancement they make to making them acceptable and good, we see that more and more in the stores. In the United States, it's called Impossible, and they have sausages, burgers, chicken, and then a lot of them, like the chicken nuggets, are really like equally as good. So a
Damn
lot of
right,
people
they are
eat them
so
now.
good.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking about the Impossible chicken nuggets, they have a spicy one too. Do y'all know that? Like, they're harder to find, but the spicy ones are fire, and they have a little bit of heat fire as well. They're so good.
So I think just more like the more, and vegans buy them to try to support those companies,
right.
And then getting other people to
Okay,
buy them.
so that's one part of it, but the most important part of it is recognizing that it's actually asking ourselves what label do we want to address ourselves as, right? Because in this situation, when we buy an animal product, we are abusing an animal, so we could easily add ourselves the label of animal abuser, because that's what we are when we do this. But then if we don't do it, we could add ourselves the label of vegan, or just not use the label vegan at all. If you have a problem with the label, it doesn't matter. But the most important part is that we don't abuse animals, because if we were in their shoes, we wouldn't want anybody to be on this other side and claiming all sorts of reasons, especially when they can easily choose for us not to be exploited. We can't say, oh, it's okay, it's difficult for them to try, or it's inconvenient for them to try, right? Like if we were in their shoes, we would want somebody to say, no, just stop it, just stop it all, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring it back, because when we talk about societies, it's very easy, but I'm going to bring it back to each of us individually. Do you think that individually you have a responsibility to change and to not oppress animals?
Individually, yes, but it is not my job to tell other people how to act.
Well, this is where I think she gets a little off the rails, because he's not telling you you should become an activist. He's actually not telling her anything. He's suggesting through provocative questions that maybe we ought not harm animals.
What they think and what is a good reason, because I know I have a larger privilege than a lot of people, and it's never in my intentions to ever tell someone to do or act upon anything, because my morals or ethics are different than anyone else.
Okay, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a personal choice. I do talk to people and just say what I'm doing, but I agree that you can't really push it on anyone else. But it's
I don't understand this. Like, you can't push it on anyone else. Well, who's doing the pushing? Is the vegan activist who's talking to you about it on the street pushing, or are you pushing animals into a slaughterhouse? Like, perspective, people, perspective.
good to say why you're doing things or why you choose things.
We work through things as we discuss them, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
she already had that stereotype, so she was waiting to say that. I think, yeah, she's really stuck on that.
I can't judge someone for their choices because you don't know the situations they're in. I mean, like we said, eating vegan is a privilege. Not everyone has access to that privilege. So
I disagree with that, by the way, but I'll just go along with it.
yeah. Well, I mean, in certain places, like I guess I don't know if it's common here, but in the US we have a lot of food deserts.
Yeah.
Where like people living in poverty, they don't have access to fresh grocery stores, and like the closest thing around is like a fast food restaurant. But that's like a whole.
So that is true, and that is a huge problem. Just want to point out that you can eat vegan at Burger King. You can get the Impossible Whopper with no mayonnaise, and that's vegan, and their fries, I believe, are vegan. Just want to point that out. So yes, it is true that there are many food deserts in America and probably everywhere. That makes it more difficult.
Totally.
Yeah.
For issue, but yeah. So I mean, I think in some places it is a privilege, but
I truly believe it is a privilege.
yeah, I think everyone should do the best they can.
Yeah.
I mean, the poorest countries in the world, they eat animal products very rarely, not like.
What's so intense, Carrie? And don't feel guilty for leaving my stream. No one is, look, I'm also about viewer liberation. Animal liberation and viewer liberation, you guys are not in a cage here. You do not have to stay here if you don't. And especially if there are other activists who are doing great activism, please support them as well. So modding on James. Oh, yeah. So yeah, James Durkin, by the way, Durcan, apparently is also streaming at the moment and probably doing some outreach on the street. And you should definitely check him out.
Developed countries, right? So actually the cheapest foods you can buy are plant-based products, rice, beans, lentils, all of this, and you can survive and thrive on them. And if there's any vitamin deficiencies, you can easily supplement. And I've been to US, I understand the reason why meat and animal products are so cheap in the US, it's because they're subsidized by the government.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Right.
The thing that I really, the main thing is that the US and the world has been brainwashed that you need so much protein and you need so much plant protein. Oh, sorry.
Animal protein.
Animal.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's a brainwash.
Yep.
That's the thing that everyone believes that you need like so much protein and you need to get it from meat. It's the best source.
Sounds like
and
it's not
that's
vegan,
the part,
but
and that's
almost
pushed by the meat
It is.
providers.
Yeah.
And when you go to other countries, you realize, like you said, you can live without it, and many people can live fine, and you're actually healthier without it. So that's the thing.
We were just in London, and almost every restaurant had vegan options, and they had a bunch of vegan options. And it seems like, and my friends were telling me, they're like, it's much easier to be a vegan in Europe. And like when you're in school in the
Because it's
US,
less
they
beef.
teach you in school that you do need to have like most of your plates should be meat at mealtime. At least like they'll show you like a diagram and then
school system. It's a real problem, our school system.
half of your plate is filled with meat.
I don't have anything insightful to say there. I feel like I've said it all about our schools.
And nowadays, that pyramid is different now.
Yeah.
So just to put a little bit things into perspective, because a lot of people don't realize it. What do you know about the dairy industry, for example? I want you to at least leave knowing this one thing, that because a lot of people don't know about it too much.
You don't need dairy.
You don't need dairy.
You don't need animal-based dairy. You can do oat, you could do soya, and you can do almond. But in the U.S.,
But what do you know about the industry? What do you think the industry does to it?
Cheese or Violife cheese or Dea or who's the other? Follow Your Heart or that company that I mentioned the other day, DA with the umlauts RE. I believe it's pronounced dairy, which I don't love. I think they need to work on that name. No offense, y'all. Like that cheese though is so fucking amazing, but that name, I can't just say it. Like I have to explain that there's umlauts and then why. We need Follow Your Heart. That's so easy and so to the point. No offense. I love that company and they make amazing cheese and amazing cheesecake and all kinds of shit that I love.
to animals. That's why, because I'm here speaking on their
Like
behalf.
artificially inseminate them.
There you go. So
Will
so
they
What's up,
actually
Kane?
drive up the production of milk?
Guys, Kane Defends Animals is here, or was. Go sub to his channel because he rocks. And if you have any spare change, he needs a new camera because some meat flake destroyed his camera. Kane Defends Animals.
By keeping them kind of like pregnant all the time.
Yeah.
It's like so they don't normally produce milk like that. They have to, I won't say it's hormones, but they do something to make them produce that amount of milk and milk all the time.
They selectively breed them. So let me explain exactly. So first of all, yeah, you touched upon it. Cows get forcefully impregnated. Somebody literally puts their hands in their anus, holds their cervix, and injects bull semen. Somebody has to jerk off a bull for that to happen. And this is common practice standard all the way across the board, including small farms, large farms, local farms, whatever you want to call them. It happens everywhere. I mean, I come from Romania, and even my grandparents did this kind of stuff. So, and they had one cow in their yard. So I know what that's about. After 9 months, when the baby is born, they get separated from their parents because the milk has to go for human consumption. So, if their baby is a male, they never see their mothers again. They go to a slaughterhouse either their first day of life or within a week.
By the way, I just want to point out all this footage that we're
I know what that's about.
This is stuff they should show in schools, right? Like we're talking about schools. This is what kids should be shown. When you're little, I think this happened to me when I was like in elementary school, when I was very young. They took us to this farm, and it was probably the dairy industry probably paid for this. And they took us to some place where there was a guy doing the milking, by hand, and it looked all wholesome or whatever, even though that's weird and kind of like that's weird that someone's just doing that to an animal. But anyway, he was doing that, and this is what they should show. They should show mother cows running after their babies because they're being driven away from them.
After 9 months, when the baby is born, they get separated from their parents because the milk has to go for human consumption. So, if their baby is a male, they never see their mothers again. They go to a slaughterhouse either for their first.
I'm an advocate of showing people the brutal truth. I realize maybe a 5 or 6 year old shouldn't maybe necessarily see something that horrible. I don't know.
Day of life or within a week up to 1 year. They don't never live longer than 1 year.
Probably.
If the baby is a female, they indeed
because it's a dairy farm.
Yeah, exactly.
But if it weren't, they would keep it and grow it and eat it.
No, I'll show you. I'll have a graph right with me. But let me just finish with this though. So females get forcefully impregnated year over year, just like their mothers, for 6 years, maybe 8 years, depending on the farm, depending on the breed.
Hang on, let's make sure. So apparently Kane's links aren't working. So I'm sure that he's got kind of multiple links, but send him a message, send Kane a message or something on his channel if you've tried to donate and you weren't able to.
And when they can no longer be impregnated with ease, that means 1 year because they always impregnate them during the mating season. And if they don't get pregnant during then they get sent to a slaughterhouse because it would be too costly to them to keep them alive for another year while they don't produce enough milk, right? So
and on that school experience I had, they made us do it too. So they're forcing kids to exploit an animal. It's not even just let's show them this fairy tale place that doesn't really exist, or is existing for show. But they're they made us participate in it.
This is the kind of system that when we're buying dairy products, for example, this is the kind of system that we're supporting. We're telling the farmers, do more of this so that I can get my milk, so that I can get my cheese, so that I can get my, cookies made with milk.
And Europe has so much more cheese than in the US.
They do it, yeah. So cheese and all of these
less meat, a lot of cheese.
Yeah, it's true. It's actually it's very prevalent here that I will meet a lot of vegetarians, and vegetarians also get very defensive because they think they're doing enough. But the reality is, for the animals, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. And as for the meat, it's true sometimes they remain with their mothers, but not always. A lot of the times they don't. A lot of the meat is coming from the dairy industry. A lot of the dairy industry is the meat industry and is the leather industry, because it's also about leather. It's about all of these products, right? And in the meat industry, though, they kill them way younger, way younger. And cows can live up to, I forgot to mention, they can live up to 20, 25 years. So they don't live even like a third of their life. That's literally, and let me just show you a little bit, because I have a little graph here to show kind of the living,
These people for hanging around.
just how much
for a long
animals are
session.
being, I have a lot of stuff here. This is the lifespan of animals. So pigs are killed at 6 months, and they're usually gassed. They're put in gas chambers, pigs.
Let's look at that. Baby. 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 Baby.
Bull.
Baby. Infant. One day, the male chicks thrown in a blender. So yeah, we kill them as babies.
Bulls, the one that are used for artificial insemination, they're left alive for 12 to 18 months. The fattening calf, the ones that we talked about, they're kept up to 4 or 5 months, depending on the breed again. And dairy cows, 4.5 years. I guess it's an average. I don't know, like the statistic. Egg-laying chickens for 18 months. Afterwards, when they can no longer produce enough eggs. And by the way, by enough eggs, I've been to a sanctuary. It's not if they don't.
Harry, thank you for donating to Kane. That's awesome. Glad we're all supporting each other. And Kane does great activism, and I want to see it. I want to see it and react to it. And he needs a good camera for that.
Don't produce eggs every day. So if they produce 5 eggs per week, that means they go to a slaughterhouse because they don't produce enough eggs. Broiler chickens, which are the ones for meat, live up to 7 weeks. And male baby chicks who don't produce any eggs, they get macerated. They get blended up alive on their first day of life. That's very common standard practice. So seeing this kind of stuff, I won't keep you too long, but do you?
Whenever
macerated, they get blended up alive on their first.
Sometimes people don't want to watch like Dominion, right? This is upsetting footage. Sometimes I'm like, okay, see if you can just get through the pig segment. The very next segment is egg-laying hens. Watch 2 minutes of that. Within 2 minutes, Joaquin Phoenix has narrated you through the whole process to get to this point. Once you've seen that, like in my head, I mean, I watched all of Earthlings, so I don't know, but in my head, once you've seen the pig segment and the 2 minutes of the egg-laying hens segment, if you are not vegan at that point, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do for you. So I don't even think you have to watch the full 2-hour doc.
First day of life. That's very common standard
Just to know
practice.
what's going on.
So seeing this kind of stuff, I won't keep you too long, but what do you think you want to do? Do you want to keep participating in this violence towards animals? Do you want to?
I think as women, there's a lot more that we have to deal with. I think even here in the Netherlands, that also is an issue. I think in terms of veganism, again, like I mentioned in the very beginning, it's really hard.
Uh-oh. What's happening, Chip? It's like watching a slow-moving wreck. She's starting to swerve. What's going on? She said, as women, it's a little bit harder. So, but wouldn't that make it easier to empathize with, especially the female mammals that are being exploited sexually or their bodily secretions? Like, I don't want to get too graphic, but imagine if you're, okay, so I'm a man, but if I was a woman, and even that thing I talked about in the schools, like imagine just some man was putting his hands all over my breasts, squeezing them to take the milk from my body to give to a human instead of my baby. She's careening, Chip. This is be careful, Chip. This is going to be a wreck. And you're standing right next to it.
We can eat a plant-based diet. It's not too hard. It's not too hard. Because there are a lot of reasons as to why a lot of people can't go. And like for us,
With
yes,
you,
we
not
do have,
others.
right. For me, it is a privilege. But I think, again,
you want me to quickly mod you, Carrie, so you can do the link? I could do that if you want. Let me just wait. Oh, I can't do it from that. Hang on. You want that link? I'll link mod you. Hang on a sec, y'all. Okay, you're modded. Now you're my mod. Make sure you use the power wisely.
like I feel like yes, I like the fact that you have the graphic images to show, because it is something that we don't see. It is a gray area that a lot of meat eaters do not see, but at the same time it does feel kind of forceful.
Forceful? What? She's like, I can even hear it in her voice that she's real worked up. It's felt very confronting to her because she's feeling, I think, the guilt.
In a way where if you're trying,
even though Chip has been so chill and polite, which kind of goes to something I was saying with like in my conversation with Richard Vegan Gaines, we were talking about how kind of doesn't matter. Like, I mean, it matters how you approach people, but they can still, get real triggered easily, even if you're being as polite as can be.
trying to have a topic, I think there is a better way to go about it in terms, and I'm sure
What is it that I can say that you stop exploiting animals today, and I'll say it?
Nice.
Absolutely nothing.
So then it doesn't really matter how I say it, does it? It only matters that you want to make this.
Nice. So Chip did the same quote that Victorious Vegan did when we were reacting to her. Tell me, let's go back. Let's hear him say it. This is
Choice or not. So then
her response is really
what is it that
I think there is a better way to go about it. In terms,
Chip, Chip, come on now. Why didn't you choose the better way to go about this for her? Shame on you, Chip.
and I'm sure
what is it that I can say that you stop exploiting animals today, and I'll say
it. Absolutely nothing.
Wait. I thought there was a better way. So now you're saying that he had no chance. So maybe he was doing it the right way.
So then it doesn't really matter how I say it, does it? It only matters that you want to make this choice or not. The reality is we have the power.
Yeah, Dennis,
you can choose to look at me as the bad person and find.
I don't look at you as a bad person, but how you're
coming. I don't look at you as a bad person, but I wonder what these two are thinking, because they've been really on it, and now she's gotten herself so triggered.
Across makes it seem like I'm the bad person, which is why.
Listen, why? Okay. Why is that such a hard thing for some people to accept? You can be a good person and do bad things. I was able to accept that I was doing something bad. Why? Like, what's different between me and her that I can accept it? And I don't know, maybe it's just in the moment. Maybe she'll go back and think about it and she'll be like, I kind of overreacted a little bit.
Well, you oppose animal abuse and yet you actively pay for it. That is a clear contradiction in your values. I'm not here to impose my values. According to your own values, you say.
Right. Good point. Sorry, just going to respond to Dennis. Is it 4.5 baby if 25 is max? It's like a 20-year-old for a human if we took human max. Okay. Fair. But Young. Okay. That's basically my point. A young person. We kill animals young is basically my point.
You oppose animal. If I see people when I show that and they say they're okay with animal abuse, I don't continue with the experiment with them because there's nothing I can tell them. If they're okay with abusing animals, there's nothing I can do going forward, right? But most people oppose the idea of animal abuse, and if you oppose the idea of animal abuse, then it seems to me like you shouldn't be supporting it.
Correct.
Right? That's all it is. It's not me.
Okay, but we've still got 12 minutes. So apparently that wasn't all that was needed.
Me imposing my ideas. It's nothing. It's just me trying to tell you that you don't have to do it, that we can live in a better society. You can have a better life, really, by aligning your actions with your own morals, not mine.
And I'll think about it.
Okay. While you think about it, please be aware that a lot of animals will be exploited, abused, and slaughtered on your behalf and because
while you think about it. Yeah. So how many animals need to die? I like this. I don't know if this is my own thought. How many animals need to die while you think about it?
A lot of women in the world, around the world, are also being exploited. And
yeah. What? Okay, guys. What does that have to do with this? So if you were about to kick a dog, right? If you were about to kick a dog and I was like, stop doing that. And you were like, a lot of women are being exploited around the world. I'd be like, oh, sorry, don't want to offend you. No, don't kick the dog.
Slaughtered right
but
now.
You don't support
too.
that with your money, do you? With this one, you actively support it. All those women get the abuse. Like there's obviously awful things happening in this world. I'm not saying there aren't, but I don't go around and ignore them and say I'll just give money for those people for that to happen. It's not my fault that they're in that situation.
Right.
Whereas these animals, it is our fault that they're in this situation. We have
It is not my fault. The animals are in this position.
Yes, it is. It is your fault. It is my fault. It is all of our fault when we're consuming those products. Sorry. Just because the society was set up before we got here doesn't mean that we have no responsibility for what we do within that system. Sorry, you're wrong.
Well, if you support this system, it is your fault.
And this is why I think we should end this conversation.
But it doesn't end. So that's the moment we introed. So looks like we've still got some time here. So maybe.
I mean, nothing I can say. How do you feel about it?
I already, when I'm at home, pretty much go 100% vegan on my own cooking, including my husband. When I'm out, then that's a little harder. But I know what choices I'm making. And I, have actually had discussions with people and they actually have gone to less meat.
Yeah.
That honestly wasn't that terrible. I mean, Chip has done a great job. I'm not saying that. I'm saying her reaction, like she got super triggered and butthurt from this conversation, but butthurt isn't fatal. She'll recover. And I think she will, I think she'll think about this.
And they are where not so much, I think for some people, not so much for them, not so much about the moral, but at least the health. So, one or the other.
Agreed.
But
right.
At least in the United States, there's more information. It's hard to disseminate information. And it's hard to, I won't say it is hard to convince people.
Yeah.
But the more information, I think, so
Actually,
people
that's
can
a
make.
good point. Like a really good point that we kind of forget sometimes. Like anger is a natural emotion that we feel, and it's not always a bad emotion. Anger is like sometimes healthy. I don't mean like people with anger issues. Let me put my comment back up. Oh, y'all talk. Let me put it again. That Chip guy. Okay, let's go. That one. Thank you, everybody who has been joining us for this stream. If you haven't subbed to the channel, please do. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. Do the bell so you get notified when I'm live.
Make their own choices, and the more options,
That helps.
I think is the.
I provided you with the information, right? Like, I just want you to know that you don't have to be part of the system. You can choose otherwise. And that you are responsible for it.
She did walk
It's
back
like,
over.
like I know it's hard to hear, but there's no way of me, like I cannot try and cuddle you for something that is, it is really awful, because in their position, it's just because we don't see it, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And if you look at it from their position, they go through a lot worse than saying it's difficult for me or anything like that. Like literally having their throat cut, having their baby stolen, having their babies killed, all of this is
because of these two. She's still hanging around, and Chip is doing great. Like I think maybe she'll even be pulled back in.
Standard practice across the board.
I think, for instance, for us in the United States, there's a lot of things that are going on, pushback against big business, which includes oil, food. So it will happen, probably not as fast as some people want, but it will happen. It's happening. And there's a lot that doesn't get said because of the money part of it, of why it's really big business that's controlling it.
Yeah.
But it will, as more and more people uncover, people are becoming or realizing.
What do you feel you want to do about it?
I think I'll do my best. I think you're doing a good thing by standing out here and educating people, and that's how changes happen, by people reaching out. So thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I think we need to run now. But
Let me just give you a card before you go, okay? Just one card. I'm just gonna ask you one thing to watch. If you scan this code or go on this website and type in this code, there's this is a code that I created. There's a thing there called the most important speech you'll ever hear.
I'm going to challenge your belief systems today, so certain parts of the speech will be intense.
Just give that a watch. It's a good speech. You won't see, there's not a lot of blood. From time to time he shows something, but it's a guy from US, an animal rights activist like myself, and explaining all the stuff that happens in animal agriculture and being as direct and as good as necessary.
There's a Netflix show. There's also more than a few Netflix shows. One's called "You Are What You Eat."
Oh, I know You Are What You Eat. Yeah, with the Oxford study. Yeah.
And it comes not just from, and there's another one too. I forget what it's called, but
what the hell?
That one is about. It's a Stanford, California study.
So I meet you over there.
Okay, got it.
Thank you so much.
I'll be over there in a second. It's a Stanford, California study, and what they do is they take identical.
I think that was a great conversation, and it's okay that it ended the way it did. Like Knight Rider said, a little anger isn't the worst thing.
Twins, about 60, 70 of them. And they did a study over just 8 weeks about one of the twins of each pair went vegan, 100% vegan.
Is this not the thing she was talking about, the You Are What You Eat study, or is she just describing that?
And then the other one,
I've seen that one. That's really good. Yeah, it's really good.
And so those, I like those programs because they come from
studies. I don't think it really is that big a deal that I know this, but I don't know. It sounded like she was describing the documentary You Are What You Eat, a twin study, which was, based around a study, and a great little Netflix miniseries.
Health, but then during the show, they talk a lot about the animal rights too.
Yeah,
talking about that show.
And
it's funny.
In the U.S., the animal.
It's funny she's describing it to him, and he was like, "Yeah, I've seen that." But
animal rights is hard because there's such a predominance of beef production and beef, and we're in California. We're not even in the beef country.
Yeah.
But health is one that will.
California is a major dairy state. This I have learned. One of the biggest dairy states, and huge ag state, huge agricultural state. Obviously, is it the biggest state in the landmass wise? I feel like Alaska would be, or Texas, but maybe I don't know.
Well, it's a combination of the two that people will change their mind. And then there are a lot of people in the
Oh,
U.S. who don't
I'm
even.
sorry, but
I
the
mean,
point that I'm making with California being a major dairy state is that the dairy industry can be considered part of the beef industry because most of the dairy cows get sent to a slaughterhouse to be turned into cheap burgers. Yep.
just eat really bad food, even if they know it's not healthy. That's another problem in the U.S.
So I believe that I agree with you that a lot of people do change their mind because of health reasons and way easier, but also people don't really maintain diets or health. That's why a lot of people don't go to the gym. So that's why I think it's very important that we address the issues of animals and exploitation. It's very important because I feel like a lot of people do see animals.
Guys, I got to use the restroom, but I'm just going to leave this running. Hang on. So I'm going to let this run. Let's see. Jeremy, do you think a vegan going out and basically eating meat, but to make non-vegans uncomfortable to turn vegan? Do you think they are vegan still if they convert loads but eat animals to convert? I would not consider that person vegan. No. A vegan is someone who is against animal exploitation is, I think, the simplest way as I understand it. And so if you're going out and you're eating meat to make non-vegans comfortable around you, I would not consider that to be vegan, even if you even if you convert a lot of people to veganism. But I don't, I guess it matters to some extent, but the label is important, I think, for activists and for people to understand what vegan is. But, I think some people get too hung up on the word, honestly, too. Like for instance, actually, I was going to share someone's personal story, and I don't want to do that. But anyway, all right, yeah, I'm going to let this run a little bit while I go use the restroom, but I'll be back.
Almost as these innocent beings who have to be protected, who we can't just abuse just because we can. And if they do try it and see that they can be healthy, then knowing that they would be exploiting animals otherwise, I think keeps them from never exploiting animals.
Yeah.
So that's why I try to talk more about animals, and it's also because it's about the animals. I don't really like, you can be unhealthy on a vegan diet. If you want to do that, you do that. I'm not here to telling you what diet or what to eat. I'm just here telling you, let's not exploit these innocent beings. It's
Yeah.
up for their rights.
Yeah, I know it's definitely something. I mean, I've been vegetarian and then now more vegan, and I'm the only one in my family. Okay, I've convinced my husband, so when we're on our own, I don't buy meat, I don't buy cheese, I buy vegan cheese or cashew cheese, and then he's gotten to that, and sometimes he'll eat his own fish or chicken. And then I have two sons who have gotten better. They eat a lot of tofu,
Nice.
Because they said tofu is really good. And then one of my sons is also very environmentally minded. So even like certain, I mean,
It's also better for the environment. Yes.
we actually look at like which milk we're drinking that's better for water preservation, or what nuts we're eating, or really trying to narrow it down. And they've eaten a lot less meat. I have one son who eats probably still more meat. But and I have talked with friends by just telling them I don't eat meat, and they've seen me not eat meat for a while, and they were like really big meat eaters, like meat all the time. And then now they go, oh yeah, okay, we're really trying to cut down on our meat. I mean, so they're working on it. So I think just by telling, they know I don't eat meat, so when I go over, they have to have vegetarian options, and by that, and it's probably been like 10 years. I mean, then they finally are coming around. But just by each person in the United States, there's a big, very famous journalist called Ezra Klein. Okay, and he's totally promotes vegan. So he talks on his show about, not even eating eggs and using just eggs, and how he can't eat anything. And he'll talk about it on his podcast.
Oh, nice.
And then people, gravitate towards that. So I think everyone just talking more about it and being more open.
I'm back.
I think, but it is awfully slow.
It's slow, but like that's why I think it's very important because people.
Let me just did I answer your question? Let me show your question. Did I answer that clearly, Dennis? Do you think a vegan going out and basically eating meat, but to make non-vegans uncomfortable to turn vegan, do you think they are vegan still if they convert loads but eat animals to convert? So, I mean, just to answer that a little more clearly, I don't think eating vegan makes people uncomfortable, or if it did, it would spark a conversation. So I have a personal anecdote I can give, a very recent one where I was with family and family friends wanted to go to this place that served veal. And I saw the veal on the menu and I was like, look, yeah, I could go and eat vegan there, but I don't want to give them any money. So I feel like that's kind of gross. Like veal is out of step with the majority of most people's sentiment now. So, I mean, I go to non-vegan restaurants and eat vegan, but this particular place, like, I just was like, I'll just not eat anything or something, And the family was like, what? Had a they're going to be so offended and blah blah, and it became this big argument. And I was like, I'll go and sit with y'all. So it was this big argument. So anyway, I stood my ground, held my ground on that, ended up going and didn't order or something. Is that what yeah. Anyway, it ended up being a great conversation that I had with family because they wanted to ask me about it. And I was very polite, like I wasn't confrontational. They just wanted to know what my ethics, my values, why I didn't eat meat. And then they had good questions like, but what about eggs, And then I could tell them, well, I hate to be graphic, but the chickens are exploited. The male chicks are ground up alive in a macerator. I could tell them that stuff, things that people don't know. And so I think that more often than not, people would rather see that your ethics are firm, So like if I were going out and eating meat, trying to convince people not to eat meat, that wouldn't make much sense because they would see, oh, this isn't really that big a deal, I guess, to this person because look what's on their plate. So just there are ways to have these conversations with people where you don't have to compromise on your ethics.
People they get defensive very fast when they hear that something that they're doing is not good or something. So
yeah, I mean, even my oldest son, who's really really smart, goes, well, the best protein is from meat. And I do understand, like chicken has a high amount of protein for the fat. Okay,
I think tofu is better though.
But I just can't eat an animal. I can't eat an animal. Fish a little bit.
Fish also feel pain and they have them.
No, I know.
So,
but just
fish are animals. People do this a lot where they're like, I don't eat meat, but I eat fish. Well, fish, if you're eating fish, that's meat, right? I guess because fish are so different than us, in our heads, we can kind of fabricate things to ourselves.
Animals for sure. And then, so I pretty much try to just stay, on my own diet. I only buy tofu. But yeah, there's many people who, meat's everywhere. So, but I saw here there's vegan donor, which I was really happy about. I've never seen that in the United States.
Let me give you a map of Amsterdam with vegan places. You might like that. While you're here, these are some of, not all of them. These are some, and they're categorized by health.
And I'm sure they're really good too.
Some of them, like the sushi bar. I think there's one here, and there's another one in the West. So good.
Yeah,
So,
so like
so
in
good.
the United States, it's almost impossible. I've never seen a vegan sushi bar.
Like I don't
Even
like
though we're
sushi. This is
in-
amazing. This is
Even
really
though we're in the San Francisco Bay Area,
But it's so
it's
easy to get vegan sushi.
there's vegan things,
Even
but
at
not vegan
non-vegan
sushi.
sushi
But
restaurants,
Yeah.
right?
and vegan, there are vegan barbecue places. And then I try to get my family. We got to go here. It got really great reviews. And you know, if you have an Impossible Burger and it's barbecue, you wouldn't know the difference.
Right.
But it's still hard to get them. But
Sometimes you really
okay,
don't.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. And keep in mind, it's not just about food. It's
What a
also
sweet lady.
leather, all these other
I like
stuff.
Yeah.
It's about the animals. That's
No,
why
I
I
know.
keep bringing it back to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what a sweet guy, Chip. You did so
Thanks.
well on that. Like and subscribe. He's got a Patreon. You guys can support him. Vegan Power Lab. Wait, so he goes by he used to go by Vegan Power Lab, I think. Maybe he goes by that Chip guy now. I wonder if he has multiple channels. Anyway, that was Chip. Chip is awesome. I'm really glad that I believe it was Debug Your Brain who first told me about Chip. And then multiple people brought up Chip when I asked that question. What's a channel I should check out? I think James Aspie may have too. So anyway, great content, great channel, good conversations. And yeah, he just did so well. All right. So I put in the chat, we've been going a while, but I did put in the chat we would react to Mel and Steve as well. So let's do that. Make sure I'm not lying to people. So I have not seen this one. It looks like it's going to be interesting. Wait, am I in the wrong? No, that's the wrong one. Hang on. Here we go. Share this tab. There we go. All right. YouTuber ambushed vegans debate table. Now, firstly, about Mel and Steve, many people recommended Mel and Steve as well. I had already known about their channel because they have been everywhere. And by that, I mean they're banging out content. They're showing up on other people's streams. They're just generally kicking ass. And I love it. So I already knew Mel and Steve quite well and watched a lot of their stuff. You know, I watch less because like you start to hear like a lot of the same kinds of debates. So it's actually good because nowadays like I'll be able to react to things that I've seen come across my feed, but I haven't actually watched it yet. So we can have some fresh reactions. And by watching less, I mean just like in general, watching fewer stuff on YouTube, fewer things, yeah, whatever. All right, let's see how this goes. Mel and Steve, I believe, are a couple that are like really fit, strong looking bodybuilder types.
Victim, and I don't want to ever be the victim, right?
You just said, I never want to be the victim.
Yeah,
but there is someone out there with the ability to suffer the same as you who is the victim, and they are the victim because of you. How's that make you feel?
Are you actually doing something?
We are, mate.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
We're filming for
And he's
YouTube.
got the Pignorant sweatshirt. That's the Joey Carbstrong documentary. It's on Amazon Prime if you're in America. I think in the UK it's streaming on Amazon for free. You can get it in a number of different places. Anyway, Pignorant's a great documentary. Check it out. Go give it a positive review. Buy it for a few bucks if you're in America. Who cares? It's a few dollars. You can throw it some love that way. And let's see, it's about Joey, placing cameras, Joey and Vegan Grumpy Granddad placing cameras in a pig slaughterhouse, gas chamber. And it shows you sort of a behind the scenes of an investigation, operation, really tense, really good documentary.
Oh, is it?
All right.
I'm a YouTuber myself, so go on, let's do it.
Okay, well, you came from that side.
Okay,
so...
do you want me to come again?
Well, no. What I want you to do, I want you to read the sign. Read the sign.
If you're vegan, you support animal abuse. Change my mind. Ooh.
Back it up. What does it say?
Read the sign.
If you're vegan, you support.
If you're not vegan, you support animal abuse. Change my mind. Okay.
Animal abuse. Change my mind. Ooh.
Sit down.
Still want to sit down? It says change my mind. Go for it.
Change your mind about like eating. All right. So firstly, I grew up eating meat.
I believe UK based. For people wondering, what are these?
I grew up eating fish. I grew up eating it, and I've realized personally that whenever I don't eat meat, and it just affects me personally. You don't feel right. Your body don't feel good.
All right,
it's like that.
Would you be in agreement that that's a lack of education on your part?
It could be. Like there's some
good, honest admission.
Plants that you can eat that will supplement the protein and stuff like that, but that is long way around when I could just like get my meat out and eat it. Do you know what I mean? And it's lovely. I love meat. Do you know what I mean?
I understand where you're coming from, but I'm gonna put it to you in a different way, right?
All right, great, honest responses so far. Good questions by Mel.
Go on.
Oh, sorry, Steve. Sorry, by Steve.
Let's say your way causes unnecessary harm, violence, and exploitation and rights violation.
That's true.
But there may be a little bit of a longer way, but by taking that a little bit of a longer way, you no longer contribute towards exploitation, murder, and rights violation.
Whose right am I violating exactly?
The animal that you're eating, or the milk that you're drinking, or the eggs, the animal attached to it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because there is somebody, right?
Yeah.
So we say cows, we say chickens, we say pigs, but actually they're individual. There is someone. We put them in these big blocks, but there is someone. They're having a subjective experience of their life.
Okay.
They decide whether they're hot, they're cold, they're happy, they're sad, they have emotions, right?
Yeah, facts.
But for you to have that quick protein that you're conditioned to eat, by the way, I was the same.
Okay, go on.
It's easy for you, right? Because it's quick protein, it's easy for you to eat. But that person has lost their whole life, their whole entire existence. Everything they have, their freedom, their right to life is gone for your quick option. But a little bit of education and a little bit of a longer route to start with, you can get the same nutrients and avoid being personally responsible for this violation of rights.
That is true. So I like how you said it, like animals have rights like humans.
Well said, well said. I was told, like, I don't know if I didn't really even want to pause right there, but I was told by somebody, in case things are copyrighted somehow, it's better to pause things every now and then. So, I don't know.
So if I were to go into a lion's den, right?
Yeah.
Would the lion consider would he consider my own right?
Do you know lions meet each other lions by sniffing?
Lions, though, we're on it. One of the 40 excuses, right, Ed?
Sniffing each other's asses.
Yeah.
Would you go around meet other people by sniffing their asses, or would you just say hi?
No. But
what if you say, yeah, that's what I do. Don't kink shame me.
we are talking about just the food, right?
But what I'm saying is,
okay, go.
You can't take your morality from what a lion would do to you.
Yeah.
You're talking about a different animal, an obligate carnivore who doesn't have moral agency. You got moral agency, and you're not a lion.
Yeah.
So if we went around sniffing everyone's asses and said, I'm just meeting everyone like this because this is how lions meet each other, people would think that I'm mental. But if I say I'm going to eat all these animals because lions would eat me, people go, yeah, that's fine, because it fits their narrative, right? But you're not a lion. You got Tesco's, you got Sainsbury's, you got options, you got different choices. So I'm saying to you, the moral and ethical thing for us to do is to make a choice that doesn't violate the rights of someone else.
I used to be like a poultry farmer.
Yeah.
Right?
Interesting. He was a poultry farmer. Anyway, everything he just said was so good. Don't really have much of insight to add to that, but it was just really well put. I like the lion sniffing asses thing because it shows the absurdity of the argument really well.
So I used to rear chickens, right? And severally, just a little crack on an egg, right? If you were to be like, because there is like a whole tray of eggs, right? And chicken will be inside their cages, right? And just how we've done the cages is like whenever the egg fall off whenever they lay eggs and stuff, it just rolls down, right?
Yeah.
So in the process of rolling, sometimes it might just have a little crack, right? And I tell you, if we don't get it soon enough, that chicken will finish the yolk, finish everything, right? And that's just the egg. That's from its own.
You know why? You know why?
Okay, go on.
Do you know why?
Yeah, go on.
When them chickens lay them eggs, all the calcium, the nutrients, the vitamins, and the minerals are inside them eggs. They are bred to lay an egg a day, 300 eggs to 315 eggs a year. They should only be doing one a month.
Right.
The amount of minerals and vitamins drained from their body, their chicken instinctively knows that they need them.
it's like their menstrual cycle in a way. Like, so I'm not a woman, never been a woman, don't know what it's like to be a woman, but I know lots of women, and I know that some of them, especially some of them that I've known, have been really affected by the menstruation. It takes a toll, a heavy toll. And so if those women were forced instead to have a 1 month menstruation and instead were doing it like every day, not only would that be a very painful process, but it would also just be a huge loss of nutrients, which is what happens to chickens on these farms. And so they're often emaciated, or, you know, they have the drooping cone with little color, and it's like a sign of anemia, to my understanding. And they're just sort of like wasting away.
Vitamins and minerals back. We have rescue hens at home, and I take the eggs every day and I throw them on the floor. I feed them back and they eat the whole thing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Going back to what you're saying, we were saying about other bears and lions, and they're going to eat them. We've established you're not a bear, you're not a lion, you're not a wolf, you're not an obligate carnivore.
That's exactly.
We know you got moral agency. Good. You can make decisions. You can make decisions based on your morals.
True.
They're obligate carnivores. They're different to you.
Yeah.
I was also the same as you, raised, conditioned to eating meat. I was also told that Father Christmas was real, and I believed that as well until I was old enough to educate myself enough on whether I agreed with the way that I was brought up. When I got to a certain age of life, I said, Father Christmas isn't real, because it's not real. Same as I got to a certain age of life, I looked inside of a slaughterhouse and I said, being part of this, because I'm oppressing another being. Now, put you in the chicken's position, put you in the cow's position. Everything
kind of going on for a while. Which he's talking fast though, but the guy seems right with him. I wonder though if, like, just to offer a slight look, these guys know way better than me, but here's a slight feedback that maybe he's talking a little too long and he's risking losing the guy, but I don't know.
You're saying, would you let that fly?
Yes,
would you be okay with it?
That's the difference though. I'm no cow, I'm not chicken though.
But empathize.
No,
empathize.
Like, my empathy stretches only so long, right? So the thing is, I'm not an animal. There's a reason God made me like, how do I say it? An apex predator, in the sense of I have a higher intelligence. If you were to be put in a survival mode, right? I tell you, 1 month, all this your moral, whatever you're talking about, yeah, it's gone.
Mate,
it's out of the window.
No luck on the donating to Kane, huh? Well, Kane's not going anywhere. Maybe he can set up a different system to take donations. Maybe a Venmo or a PayPal or something. I don't know.
We're not in a survival situation.
Yeah.
You have got.
Yeah.
You have got decisions where you can make kinder options.
I do love it though.
This is more truth. This is more the truth.
Exactly.
You're being honest with me when you say that I love it.
I just had the glitch happen that happens to me every now and then when I'm doing my streams where I can't see the screen. Luckily, we got through a few hours. I will continue, but it means that things might be a little more janky. So bear with me.
Exactly. And you're saying I like the taste.
Exactly.
And you're focusing on you. Yeah. And it's easy for you because you're the oppressor. You're the one. You're the one. You're the oppressor.
Yeah, I'm
right
an
now.
oppressor because God made me an oppressor. And you know the funny thing, right? The funny thing is this circle of life, right? If we decide
that's a song, mate. That's a song by Elton John, bro. That's not a real thing.
Yeah, like okay, but for real, like let's just use it in this context.
All right.
So in this circle of life, right?
Yeah.
If a particular apex predator, or if you're a predator and you decide that you don't want to you don't want to oppress a lower animal, you don't want to oppress lower living things, it's gonna affect the ecosystem in a way that it's still gonna come back to affect you. That these plants you're talking about, like do you know plants are actually living things as well?
Don't do it.
I mean,
mate, don't.
He said, "Don't do it. Don't go there." I like that he's just like, I'm shutting this down. The plants bullshit. Do not. I've had to deal with this 3,000 too many times today. Yeah, this guy's too smart for that kind of conversation. But he did say living things. So yes, plants are living. We know that.
Your own benefit, mate.
No. If
please,
you want to be technical about it.
Don't do this, mate.
If we want to be
you
technical,
seem better than that. Don't be that guy.
Yes.
Don't be
I said it too. He seems better than that.
that person, mate.
We can go there. We can go to the
Don't do it.
nitty-gritty. Let's get to
All
the
right.
nitty-gritty, right?
I tried to help you. I'm warning you. I tried to help you.
I want to hear your part of this.
All
I
right.
want to hear what you say
I
about
tried
this.
to help.
Like, at the end of everything, yeah,
All right.
plants is a living thing.
Yes.
So normally, they have feelings as well. If you want to know that and a plant
Come
has
on,
a
man.
feeling, yeah, let me tell you
Come
something.
on, mate.
Let me tell you something.
All right.
If you want to know a plant
He's
has a
like,
feeling,
God damn it, we have to do this. I try to shut it down. He still wants to do it. Here we go. Plants feel pain.
feelings, right? Do you know Venus flytraps?
Yeah.
Do you know Venus fly? There are several. It's not even just Venus. There are several plants that when you touch it, right, it closes. It reacts to it. There's a reaction to it, right? So that particular reaction is because it's being touched. So personally, at the end of
watch this. Watch.
feelings. So.
iPad.
Yeah.
If I touch it, it lights up.
No, that is.
Should this iPad? Is this a sentient living being?
But this one is like this one. We all know this is technology. Technology is different. We're talking about living things.
What you're talking about? They react to stimuli.
Yeah, but
all right?
stimulus is part. Okay, why the
hang on, mate. 100, mate. I love the passion, mate, but I can't get any of my poison. All right,
my bad.
Right. So we're talking about
I
a
like
react.
the conversation so far. Like, yeah, get your point in, Steve. Shut this shit down.
To stimuli.
Yeah.
Do you know what sentience means?
Yes.
Right. A plant's sentient.
Yeah.
What do you need to be sentient?
You need to like have a living soul in you or stuff like that. Right?
You need a brain and a central nervous system.
Okay.
Right. Plants don't have brains or central nervous systems, so they're not sentient. They're not emotional. They don't feel pain. If I walked towards that tree now and I took a knife and stabbed it, it wouldn't move.
Because they don't.
If I walked towards a pigeon, they'll run away.
It's because they don't shout. You don't know if they feel it.
Come on,
never
mate.
Tell. At the end of
I
everything,
thought you'd be better than this, mate. When you sat down, you were like, it was all right. I understood the lions thing. I understood all of this.
But
I didn't think you would plants feel pain.
I like that he's saying, like, I thought you'd be better than this, man. I thought you'd be better than this. It just kind of gives a little bit of a compliment to the guy. Like, you seem smart. Like, this argument is beneath you. People in the chat, if you're not understanding what people are talking about in the chat, my friend, I would call him my friend now. We've never spoken in person, but Kane Defends Animals had his camera broken by someone when he was doing his activism, and they're discussing how to donate to Kane so that he can get a new camera and show us all his activism. So if anybody out there can support Kane Defends Animals, he has his own YouTube channel. Go check him out. Throw him some dollars if you have a few. It would help. Oh God, I clicked the glitch tab. It's only one tab that glitches. The one of my stream, and I don't know, it does this all the time. I'm gonna have to leave my comment on the screen, which is one of the consequences, but luckily it's on the right one, the name of this channel.
But for real though, like at the end of everything, yeah, when we think about this, right, if you want to be like advocating for animals like chickens or stuff like that, right, I could as well just advocate for plants, because who knows if they're feeling it. Do you know that plants move as well?
Let me give you a scenario. You tell me which one would make you feel worse.
Okay, but before he does this, I would have pointed out at this point, okay, let's say you're right about the plants. Well, the animals you eat are fed plants. So this doesn't really work. This argument doesn't really work. Unless you're out there hunting yourself, then you are contributing to the plant deaths that you are saying are the reason why it doesn't matter, right? And hunting is terrible. So why would you sacrifice an animal over a plant when it's okay? Plants do not feel pain, guys. Okay, let's make that perfectly clear. Plants do not feel pain. But if there's any question about it, okay, sure, whatever. There's a question about it, okay? There's no question about the animals. So why would you sacrifice the animals instead of the... Come on. You're better than this, guy. You're better than this. Is he? I don't know. The fact that he brought it up suggests he's not better than this.
See,
if I took a dog,
yeah,
and I drug a dog over here in front of you now, I took a knife and I just cut the dog's head off,
yeah,
or I took a carrot
and
I just cut the carrot up.
You know what? It depends on the carrot. It depends on the carrot.
Thank you for joining, Chris Hines. That is such an honor. I'm going to try to... Okay. Oh, hey, Kane, you're still here? All right. I've got legends in my chat right now. So Chris Hines is just an amazing activist. You see him everywhere. He pops up sometimes behind the scenes. You can tell he's the one filming. So he filmed this. You filmed this one. That's amazing. And also, I'm gonna check out. I think you, Chris, didn't you take part in David's roundtable? I haven't watched it yet, but I'm going to. So anyway, and Chris, thank you for telling Vegan Gaze about To the Grave so that she could then tell me about To the Grave and so that I could then interview Dane Evans. And I think you're the one who set that in motion. So thank you, Chris. Everybody go subscribe to Chris Hines, his YouTube channel, and find his social media.
If the carrots were like, fixed to apply, its plants and whatever, you know how them carrot things
Yeah,
do.
that's a,
So, sorry, I mean, you know how.
Yeah, this one didn't take a special skill to film, I suppose, but yeah, you hit go and you watched. But you had to hold yourself back, right, Chris? Because like at times you just want to lunge yourself in there and say, stop talking about plants. Plants don't feel pain.
Plants grow, right? So if you were still attached to its normal system, right? There's still the roots there, there's still everything, and you cut it off. At the end of everything, you are still, you're still taking away from that plant.
You honestly, honestly, I
might be laughing, but to be fair, I'm saying it because like.
Be honest with me. If I dig up a carrot and I chop a carrot.
Chris, so you were there. You were watching this live. What's going through your head right now? At this point in the conversation.
That would affect you in the same way that if I dragged a dog over here and cut the dog's head off.
No, we are saying that because like we know,
oh, cool.
dog lives with us and stuff like that, right?
Chris, can't wait to see those. Yeah, we need to see more of you, Chris, because I know you worked with Joey. I know you've worked with all these great activists. I've seen you out there, but I need to see more of you.
Right. I've grown up in this world. I've known dogs. I know, we have developed kind of like a personal relationship with them and stuff.
And it is such an honor, honestly. Kane, Chris, and everybody joining. It's such an honor that y'all are here.
What's the difference? What's the difference with a dog that we give him a Christian name, we put him in our home, and then we put a pig in a gas chamber? But what's the moral difference between a pig and a dog?
I get where you're coming from in the sense of like, we feel they have feelings, they stay with us and stuff like that, right? But at the same time, we can't tell like plants if they have feelings as well. That's what I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is the fact that we can't really tell if plants have feelings like that. We can't tell, dude,
okay,
can we?
So I'm gonna steel man your argument, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say to you, okay, all right, for the argument's sake.
Okay, good. He's doing it. He's doing what I hoped. Yeah. Grant him plants feel pain and then destroy that line of reasoning, even granting their position.
Yeah. Plants are sentient, right? Who is the majority of plants in our world?
All right, Gabby from Vegas, let's go ahead and pack your concentrate order. So our brownie batter went back in stock today. And so you went
Everyone.
Been working on a big project for the last few years, so I haven't been posting stuff online as much. Will be worth it though once this thing is out, I hope. Awesome, Chris. I bet I know what you're talking about. And I'm excited. And yeah, I made that point the other day actually, as Kane was mentioning how, like just because I haven't posted much in the last year or so, that doesn't mean I'm not doing stuff. And I was making the point that a lot of times when we're posting or doing a lot of things on YouTube, maybe the time that we're sort of actually doing the least activism can be that way. Could be the time we're doing the most activism or the least. Just depends on what we decide to put out there to everyone. Yeah, steel manning terrible arguments is the best path sometimes. Yeah, I think in this case probably was.
Everyone eats plants, innit?
Right.
We eat plants. Animals eat plants.
To help you with this, we breed 80 billion land animals a year. 80 billion land animals a year.
Yeah.
They eat plants. there are 8 billion humans. If you were so concerned with plants and plant sentience, you would also be vegan, because if you're not vegan, the 80 billion land animals eating plants that you care about, you're also paying for them to eat the plants, and then you're killing them as a sentient being to eat them too. So you have the death of the cows, the chickens, the pigs, the lambs, the sheep, and all the plants that they've eaten. Whereas if you were vegan, you'd limit all the plants that the animals have eaten, you'd limit all of the animals that you send to slaughterhouses, and then you'd come back and be vegan. So still, if your plants feel pain...
take that argument is if you can make animals stop eating plants. If
I can make you stop eating animals, then the animals don't eat the plant.
If I don't eat animals, right? And, you know, animals keep dying naturally, right? Do you know?
He's not understanding that we're mass breeding the animals. That's another thing that's just, when people are going down this logic, they're forgetting that, or didn't know. And I think I probably was one of those people that didn't know that we like mass breed animals, which is obvious now that I think about it, but the animals exist because we breed them. Now, some people would say to that, like, well, isn't it better that they existed at all? And it's missing the point, because for the animal to get there, a violation has had to occur on a female mammal, typically, or bird. The animal has been violated to create the new animal.
No, like the world would be like, the ecosystem would be like.
You're talking about natural animals. Okay. These animals here I'm talking about, we're breeding into existence.
Okay, so what you are opposed against is like breeding animals.
Exploitation of animals.
Okay, so
also for fur, for leather, for wool. I don't think that we should be horse racing. I don't think that animals should be in zoos and aquariums. Okay. An animal is a sentient being, and they have the ability to suffer. Therefore, they should have rights protecting them, like you have rights protecting you.
So if animals were moral enough, right? If they had enough intelligence to be protected in this sense, right?
What about humans of low intelligence?
Yeah, I mean, humans of low intelligence will still be cognitively, they will still do cognitive stuff. It's just
what if they can't?
Yeah.
Let's say we got a human being that is literally the same as a cow in every single way.
Yeah.
They can communicate in the same level. They can move in the same level. They have the same energy levels.
Yeah.
Everything about this human is the same as that cow. Can I exploit that human?
I don't think it's possible, though. That's it. It's not possible.
For the sake of the argument.
Yeah, because
What? Why is it not possible? Maybe I didn't follow that last part.
I get what you're saying, but it's just not possible. So let's not, because when we say that, then we are literally just like downgrading humans.
No. What we're doing, when we say that, what we're doing is we're giving you the opportunity to say, yes, it's okay to do it to humans. But what you're going to say is no, because they're a human. And then I'm going to say, what's the difference between a human and a cow when they're the same? And then you have to come to the realization that there is no difference.
What you can do is just like tell whichever animal you want to protect, find a way to like educate them so they can have their own rights.
So they can only have rights if they can educate them.
Wait, what? He's saying what you need to do is you need to find the animal that you want to protect and educate them to protect their rights. Maybe, okay, I've been streaming a while. Maybe I'm starting to get a little loopy, because is that what he was saying? Maybe I'm getting tired.
They
were talking faster too.
But if humans aren't intelligent enough to protect themselves, we still have to protect them.
No, we protect our own, right?
If we're stronger than someone, it's okay.
Chris Hines giving lectures to sheep. That'll do it. That will do it. Thank you, Chris, for your service and sacrifice.
I mean, no.
That's what you're saying.
As long as we are all humans, right? As long as we are all humans. Even humans have like hierarchy. Like humans, we can.
Dennis, how do you guys eat at your friends, by the way, chat? If they're non-vegan and eating together, do you care if they eat in front of you? Well, I'll answer that, Dennis, and everybody can answer that themselves. Okay, so Chris doesn't eat with anyone unless they eat vegan these days. I don't, I'm not that, like if there's someone that is around me, okay, so Carrie took the Liberation Pledge, doesn't eat at a table with corpses on it. Okay, so I answered that, Dennis. Okay, never mind. But for the sake of the new people here, I'll eat with people, but it's going to be vegan. I mean, they may not have eaten vegan, but for instance, like went out with someone recently, I was like, I'll treat, but please don't order an animal product. So yeah. And the Liberation Pledge, Dennis, was sort of a controversial thing, part of the animal rights movement about 5, 6, I don't know, is that right? 5, 6 years ago, where it was like a pledge that people took that they wouldn't sit at a table with dead animals. Obviously pretty controversial because a lot of people's families eat animals. So what are you saying? Like, I can't eat with my family anymore, that sort of thing. So anyway,
we can be here lying to each other from morning to night. Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, there's just a social classification and hierarchy to human beings, right?
We're not trying to say let's give cows and chickens the right to vote. What we're saying is let's give them the right to their life.
Like, we might start with this. Next we're gonna say that dog is just being this one. Dog should not be in the wild anymore. Every dog should have a home. After that,
yeah, there was a fork bracelet involved as well.
You say dog should be voted the president. Who knows? Like, it starts from here. That's how fight for all this right start. It starts from something little and then it keeps going. So I'm gonna inconvenience myself now because of some animal, and then I'm not gonna enjoy my most delicious food, what I enjoy the most, because of some. So you know what I mean?
Yes. Why? Why not? Like, say you had you were watching a dog or something, right? And the dog needed to go out and it was raining. Well, you've inconvenienced yourself for the dog, right? Because it's raining outside, but the dog needs to pee and it sucks. You have to go out in the rain, but the dog needs to pee. Why is that any different?
The honesty is coming back here because it's coming back to you, right? And you're trying all these ways to justify it to make you feel okay about continuing to do it. Your major worry there was that the world would be too compassionate.
It's not like it would be too compassionate. It's just, it doesn't end somewhere. There's no line to it. Like,
when should we have started?
Again,
let's say years ago.
Back on lions. Those lions, man. If they only knew how much they were used in vegan debates.
Let's say years ago, when women didn't have right, when we had slaves, when it was illegal to be gay, when we couldn't do all these things, should we have continued down that path and said, guys, don't look at these systems, because if we morally evolve and if we do take into consideration the injustices that we're causing these social groups, then we're going to create change? Or do we just continue down an immoral path thinking, don't look outside of these parameters because we're in danger of change?
I believe personally, morality should be your own personal.
Like you said, we're in danger of change.
I don't think there's like a right morality and a wrong morality. There's no governing body.
You do. Come on. You believe that there's a right morality and a wrong morality.
To say, okay, this is the moral way to do something. And so morality at the end of it just boils down to individual person, right?
Comes down to your heart, your ethics, what you think.
I feel like most vegans should just stick to your way. At the end of everything, you shouldn't. I feel like trying to convince everyone is just like, now you're just like putting your own, your own morality.
Okay, if you're in the cage, if you're the victim, if you're about to get slaughtered, would you be saying the same thing, that you wish the vegans would just, stick to your way, but don't try to change anybody, don't try to change society, because it's mildly inconveniencing the people they're talking to. Look at the last person that they talked to, that woman. She was triggered by it. It's very uncomfortable sometimes. Chip had to trigger someone. Chip, again. Chip, you were so confrontational with her. Oh my God.
You're trying to force it on other people and saying this thing. And I personally think it shouldn't be so.
Would you feel the same about vegans if you were the victim? Let's say you were the victim.
Really? Stuck on a frame? Only audio? Shit. That's the glitch, I think, that I'm seeing. Every now and then my streams glitch, and it started during this video. Luckily, so we can't see any of your great cinematography, Chris Hines, during this one, but the audio is what's important. So sorry to the viewers, it's kind of weird. Did it freeze in a good place at least? Do they look ridiculous? Let's see. I think they look all right. I look at my own stream. Ah, man, technology. Telling you.
Tim, and I was sat here fighting for your rights.
Yeah.
Would you look at vegans then and say, look at these moral warriors trying to be all superior and everybody? If you were the victim, you'd be thinking, fuck, someone's trying to stand up for me.
I never try to be the victim. I never want to be.
Maybe you're not the victim. But if you was the victim, empathize. If you was the victim.
So if I was the victim, what do you mean by if I was the victim? So if I was an animal.
At the moment, you're saying like, oh, vegans are pushing their morals on everybody, right? But you can say that because you're in the victim of the you're in the position of the.
Actually, Chris, there is some nice editing here with the zooms and everything too. So there is that. So y'all are missing.
Oppressor. Okay. If you were the oppressed, if you were the minority group, if you were the animals that the vegans were standing up for a minute, picture yourself as the oppressed. Picture yourself as let's say that you're a male dairy calf in the dairy industry, and you're going to be killed because you don't produce milk. And then you got vegans here who are trying to fight for your rights. Would you look at vegans in the same way and think, oh, look at these guys pushing their agenda when I'm trying to save you from oppression?
That's the thing though. If I were an animal, I'll probably be like, thank God they won't kill me or stuff like that, But at the end of everything, it's still the circle of life, right?
Vegans are trying.
Circle of life, again, that is a powerful, powerful concept that is etched into the brains of our psyches, I guess, because it is brought up so constantly. And it really does date back to the freaking Lion King, doesn't it? It's the freaking Lion King. Too bad that movie was so popular. Good cartoon. I remember it. I liked it.
Trying to stand up for an oppressed victim. If you were that victim, would you view the person trying to liberate you in the same way? Or would you be grateful they're out there trying to liberate you?
To be fair though, if I was the victim, I would probably not. I would probably be appreciative of it, right?
Of course.
I'll probably be appreciative.
I appreciate your honesty.
Because I'm not the victim and I don't want to ever be the victim.
You just said, I never want to be the victim.
Yeah.
But there is someone out there with the ability to suffer the same as you who is the victim. And they are the victim because of you. How does that make you feel?
I like where you're bringing this back to, and it still boils down to the beginning of everything, That's still what I'm saying. Like at the end of everything, life has to continue one way, right?
Yes.
So I'm gonna eat one way or the other, right?
Oh, come on now. Come on. Take accountability. But I like how engaged, to this guy's credit, I like how engaged he is in the conversation. He's very passionate about it. And he's I know it's a low bar to reach, but he's actually very interested in the conversation and engaged on it.
I'm gonna eat, and me personally, eating fruit or like eating just plant enough is not enough for me. It's not enough to sustain me personally because I wanna have enough protein to do my daily.
How much protein do you have a day?
Yeah, I don't even see. The thing is,
He doesn't even know. He's not even following the protein. To be clear, I don't follow how much protein I get either, but I'm just trying to make the point. He doesn't even know how much protein he needs or gets, I'm assuming. Dennis, they nearly died during Pignorant, right? There were a couple of close calls because those gas chambers were doing this rotating thing. And at one point they were turned off, and as Joey explains in the video, they thought that it was going to be not moving, and I guess someone came in at that point and started moving. They saw it later. I think they were watching their footage back, and they realized that had happened within like an hour of when they were there, unexpectedly. So had they been on the gondola basically at that time, they could have been crushed and killed. Of course, this is like really dangerous work. So yeah, Joey put out an appeal for donations the other day, and these investigations are expensive. And I saw someone criticizing Joey. I'm not going to name any names. Some of y'all are going to know exactly who I'm talking about. But anyway, just basically like almost like mocking the idea that Joey's asking for donations. And Joey's got a staff, he's got operations, he's got expenses. I don't care if Joey's well funded. I don't know how much Joey makes, but these things do cost money, and it's who is that, Chris? I know you're just you have no idea who I'm talking about, right? He will not be named. Sorry. He or she or they will not be named. It frustrates me so much because great work happened over the past few years as a result of Joey's work. And I don't know. Thank you, Joey, is what I'm saying.
I'm saying is it's not just the protein, right? I love the taste of milk.
This is the truth.
And I've said it already. I've reiterated it. So the thing is, I do love it. I'm not gonna inconvenience myself, right?
Is your taste worth more than their life?
I mean, listen, if it's not a human being, as long as I'm not being carnivorous, and personally, I don't.
What if it was a dog?
I don't eat dogs. Why
don't you eat dogs?
So I'm a Muslim, right? So I'm a Muslim. In Islam, bacon, dogs, and some animals are forbidden. Almighty Allah probably knows why He's done it. Me personally, I don't want to bring this into religion, right?
Sorry, I missed. Hang on. Oh crap, missed your comment. He was very keen to chat, from what I remember. Nice guy, just uneducated. Yeah, on the topic. Yeah, that's what it seems like, Chris. He seems smart. He doesn't know much about this topic. Carrie, have you seen The Victims, Dennis? Feel like you told me things that made me forgive you a little. Damn, my memory sucks. Would you accept that excuse in any other context outside of animal rights out of interest? I've heard people say this before, and it's always been inconsistent. Good conversation happening. Feel like I need to delay because this video's got 5 more minutes, and because I'm glitched, I'm not sure if I'll be able to show the next. I think I can show the next video. I'll have to take this comment down though. How can I do that? I want to show guys. I found this 10-year-old video of Wayne and DXE doing this disruption that I'd never seen before because of my feed. I want to show you all that. It was awesome. Old one. I've also got Militant Vegan pulled up, but that's that debate with what's his name, Sean Baker, and that's kind of longer, and I've been going for a while, so I think we'll save that for another time. But I do want to react to that, even though everybody's already done reaction vids to that. I want to do it too because it's going to be fun. It's going to be so much fun. Even just watching that video is fun.
But it's always like God knows the reason He's put some things down.
The Quran, there are so many references and indications towards being vegan in the Quran. For example, the lady who starved her cat and didn't feed her cat was sent to hell.
Maybe
the lady who filled her boot.
If I jump to that one first, let's share this tab. Okay, let's jump back to share this tab. Maybe that fixed it. Let's see. I'm watching back my own stream now, which is on a little delay. Let's see if it does it. I'll just keep blabbing here for a second because y'all are having good discussion also. Dennis, you were getting water. Okay. People have some questions for you, Dennis. Did it change? I can't even tell. Anyway, I'm just going to continue because I'm just boring y'all.
From the well and fed the dog was sent and was rewarded for being kind to the animals. When you look at all vegan food, bar alcohol, is all halal. None of it's haram. When you look at all the animals that you eat, over 90% of the animals in the UK are factory farms. Factory farming alone is haram. It's nothing but suffering.
You know what? Yeah, the thing is, God doesn't want us to suffer animals, right, while they are alive, right?
Right. Good point. Okay, so what should we do then?
Why does he think that?
At the end of everything, God wants us to eat them.
Does he?
That's why He said, like, if you're gonna kill an animal, make it quick and in a halal way.
Does He say you have to?
Yes, He said we should eat
It doesn't say you have to.
I have
The
a
Quran
choice.
doesn't say you have to eat animals.
The Quran doesn't say I have to eat plants as well. And
No,
Quran
of
has
course.
put, you know, the
So
funny
you
thing,
got a choice.
do you know the Muslim festival, the Eid al-Kabir, right?
Right.
Where they kill rams and stuff, right? Allah told him to like slaughter in his name and stuff like that, right? That was how, you know, that became a tradition. Like, okay, every year and stuff, we have to like kill an animal in praise of Allah and stuff like that. That tradition means I have to kill rams and I have to kill one animal. It doesn't even.
But firstly, that's if I believe I'm not Muslim.
Yeah.
So I don't believe the same as you, right?
Exactly.
So this is what your religion.
Yeah.
So let's say I've got a religion.
Yeah, go on.
Let's say that my religion, right, is, I don't know, you call it whatever you like.
Yeah.
But in my religion, I'm allowed to oppress people that wear black puffer jackets. And anyone who, and in my book, it says on a certain day, on a certain time, anybody who's wearing a black puffer jacket, I can oppress them because I'm going to do it in the name of my God out of respect. And he's told me to do that. So I'm going to.
Oh, by the way, y'all might be wondering, wait, does it even show? I guess maybe it doesn't even show, but I've got the Supreme one on there. I'm just joking around, obviously, but on my name, it says the Supreme one. I don't even think it shows. That's just because Wayne had dubbed me the Supreme one in our last conversation, and I like it. So I think I might stick with it. All right, let's continue.
Going to do that. For everyone wearing a black puffer jacket on that day, would they?
I thought of that because I was like, maybe I'll start a religion, and the black puffer jacket that he's talking about, or if that's how you pronounce it, I don't even know what that is, but I guess it's what he's wearing.
You're thinking I'm crazy? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, but it's different though, because we are all humans, right? We are all humans at the end of the day, right? So if you decide to like attack or you
Carrie, yeah, you and Dennis, you both were being nice to each other the other night. Y'all were sweet because y'all are having a good chat. No, it's been a few days, Dennis. That was like 3 nights ago, I feel like.
you want to do something,
I remember.
to listen, there are animals that fight back. There are animals that you say you want to,
but they
do
can't
and
all
then
fight
they
back.
hit back. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. So if you want to like, you know, want to attack people with, you know, puffer jacket and stuff like that, if they attack you back and they get back at you first, you know, listen, do you think that not in the past there have not been people that have been prejudiced against a personal, you know, a particular set of people and stuff? It's always happened. Yeah, it's always happened.
Is it? Was that okay?
Yeah, it's
not okay.
Yeah.
It's not okay. So there you go.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
It's not
So now,
okay because we are all human beings.
but the animals, in the ways that matter, animals are the same. In the ways that matter, because they have the desire to live, they have the ability to feel pain.
I don't like the fact that you keep equating animals and humans.
I'm not equating them. They don't have to be equal. Animals just have to be more than your taste pleasure. They have to be more than.
Yeah, people bring this up sometimes, like, how can you equate animals and people? Like, but animals are people. We are animals. We are the same. There are differences, obviously, between species, just like there are differences between gender, differences between race, but in all the things that matter, we are the same. We want to live. We want warmth. We want freedom. We don't want to be harmed. We're very much animals. I mean, we are literally animals and also just very much just like animals. And so it's appropriate to equate animals and people.
Your convenience.
Why do they taste good though? If God
what if
doesn't
humans
want us
tasted good? What if dogs tasted good?
No, they don't. They don't. I've tasted it in my past life. I was yeah, to be fair, I was like a carnivore in my past life and I tasted them, I didn't like it.
Let me give you this.
If humans don't taste good, I can tell you that for sure.
I want to give you this.
Wait,
I want you to go challenge.
Wait, did he say in his past life he was a carnivore and he ate human? Is that what he said? Let me back it up. Sorry,
They have to be. They don't have to be equal. Animals just have to be more than your taste pleasure. They have to be more than your convenience.
Why do they taste good though? If God
what if
doesn't
humans
want us
tasted
to-
good? What if dogs?
Why do they taste good then? Well, one reason why meat tastes good is because we marinate it. You know, we put all these like spices, which are plants, on it. I mean, that's one reason.
Dogs tasted good.
No, they don't. They
What if-
don't.
what if-
I've tasted it in my past life. I was yeah, to be fair, I was like a carnivore in my past life. And I
Okay, so he did say that. Okay, so we're talking to a guy who was a carnivore in his past life, and he tasted human meat. He ate humans. Okay.
I tasted them. I didn't like it.
Let me give you
So
this.
if humans don't
He
taste good, I can
tasted
tell you
humans.
that
He
for
didn't
sure.
like it. Maybe he was a shark. He bit, because you know they say sharks don't like the taste of humans. They sometimes bite humans, but they go away because they actually don't like it. They don't like us.
Sure.
I want to give you this. I want you to go
listen.
challenge 22.
Yeah.
All right.
I think you were
Sign
a
up
shark.
to there, right? Because
Yeah.
it's free.
Yeah.
You said one of the biggest things that was stopping you was their lack of education with the proteins.
It's
Now-
not just protein. I love it.
Right.
Yeah. And
On here-
personally, I just told you about my, Islamic belief where I need to, like, if I've gotten to a stage, I need to sacrifice an animal to,
You don't need
Allah.
to.
I do
You
need
don't
to. It's part of my religion.
But
God
my-
wants me to.
But my God said that on that day I'm going to celebrate
God
killing
does
people.
God does not want you to harm. Okay, if I'm not religious, I don't believe in God, but if I did believe in a God, I would think that God would rather I protect his creations rather than harm them. Okay. Wouldn't that be a better way to be a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, whatever it is? Wouldn't that be a better way to honor God? It would be to protect rather than to harm. I love the Christspiracy ending when they showed the DXC activists and the people standing up for animals. They were like, how would Jesus be today? And then they showed DXC and they showed my friend Louis Bernier, and that was badass. That was a good film. Christspiracy.com.
And puffer jackets.
Listen, if you want to do it, by all means, if that's what is.
Mate,
To be
I
fair,
appreciate you saying that, mate. I appreciate you saying
what
that.
I've realized is that, people, at the end of the day, we are set in our own ways, right?
Don't have to be.
Yeah, we are set in
We
our
can
own
change.
ways. We can argue and talk about and try to, like, reason, yeah. But at the end of everything, especially when you've grown past a certain stage, yeah, a certain stage in your life, yeah, we are all set now. We can all just, like, just give each other, pointers as to why we believe this one and respect each other's view. That is the best we can do.
If we don't challenge our moral framework,
Yeah.
we would have been set way back. We'd
Right.
still have slaves. We'd still have no women's rights. We'd still have all these things.
Right.
Facts.
We need to change, and
He
we
said
need to
facts.
challenge our moral
He got it.
framework to then evolve.
I mean, good luck with that, man.
All right, man.
I said it already.
All right,
as
man.
long as we can have constructive,
Of course.
talk, yeah, that's what.
Well, that was kind of a dismissive way to end. I think that guy was like, good luck with that. But it definitely was a good conversation. I'm sure it made him think a lot. So well done, Steve. You did a great job in that conversation. And Mel and Steve, go sub to their channel because they are awesome. And as I said before we started, they seem to be everywhere doing all kinds of activism. I know I saw them doing some of the demonstrations centered around what was on his shirt here, that film Pignorant. And I've seen them do just great content, and I saw them doing a recent roundtable discussion like Chris did, Chris Hines. In fact, y'all might have been together, right? But in any case, like, that was cool. So I'm going to try to keep the stream going because there's a great conversation happening in the chat. So I'm going to try to fix the brokenness of my stream. And let's see if I can do it. Okay, I stopped sharing. Stream is freezing a bit. Oh, crap. You know what? I'm just going to type this. Try rebooting. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think this stream may die here in a second. That whole series was with me. We took my brother into a farm and to a slaughterhouse. Wow. sounds I didn't see that. I need to see that. Okay. I'm just going to do a little reboot. This may end the stream, guys. If you're only listening to this, be prepared for this to drop. I don't want it to. It seems like we've got a lot of people going right now. So let's see. Okay. Did it work? Y'all see me? Let's see. Y'all can see me all right? I think it worked. Oh my God. All right. Real quick, let's do this before it dies. All right. I'm going to try. Is the recommended? Oh, was it? Oh, shoot. Hang on. Let's do that then. Okay, let's do this one instead. Okay, hang on. Okay. Bear with me, guys. I'm incompetent. Share screen. Okay, looks like we got that up. Is that working for y'all? Chris, is this something that I can show? Like, is it brutal? Is this something we would be good to react to? That's Mel, by the way, on the screen, if y'all can see it. Mel of Mel and Steve. Pretty sure that's Mel. Okay, I think y'all can see this. So I'm going to start. Chris, if this is like something I shouldn't show on stream, just tell me and I'll stop.
Currently with a non-vegan, Colin, and we're going to go into a farm.
Yes.
So he is Chris Hines' brother, who is an animal rights activist. Tell us.
Oh, wow. Chris Hines' brother.
Why?
I guess obviously you may know a little bit about my brother and his activism. I think it's something that I've always sort of wanted to know more about. And
whoa, interesting. Chris.
Something that I've always sort of wanted to know.
You got on BBC talking about Meet the Victims UK? Badass. Well done.
More about, and I guess having the opportunity, I didn't really want to turn it down. I think it's something that I need to do.
Hey, Dennis, just want you to know, like, it's cool you guys are chatting in here. You've got just like some badasses, like you're chatting with Chris and Kane. It's, yeah. You're talking to some legends here. So yeah, like take their questions seriously. And I know you are. You're very engaging.
Maybe I feel probably more for him, but again, you know, for me as well. But yeah, I think out of respect for my brother, I think it's also something that I should do.
So if
Beautiful.
you saw an animal
Beautiful, like that's nice.
that was suffering in pain, or someone was abusing them, hurting them, what would your initial reaction be to that?
An animal suffering in pain, obviously, it's coming home with me. Or
oh, really? It's going to get age restricted? Well, we're so late in the stream and I'm not monetized, so I think that's okay, right? I don't think it matters. Should watch that sometime. They were nice to the farmer and went in at me. Not shocking, right, Chris? Were you nervous during that one? Because that seems like a big deal, that one. Talking to the BBC. I'd probably be... I'm pretty chill now, but I feel like I'd feel the weight of the possibility of it as long as I do well. So I think I would be nervous a little bit.
or straight to the vet. So however I could help someone abusing an animal in front of me, probably can't say what I would do on camera. It wouldn't be pretty. Yeah, I just love animals, love them, all animals of all types. I collected tarantulas, you know, snakes, different lizards. My views have changed a lot though on keeping animals as such. You know, my brother obviously had conversations about it. I did decide at one point that it would be best that I only take in rescue animals now, of like a little clan of guinea pigs. I'm open-minded about it.
So you're obviously a really compassionate guy. You obviously really love animals. What are your initial feelings?
No.
We watched Steve, by the way, and Mel is also just so good when she does the interviews. She also just has like a very sweet demeanor, but she's a force to be reckoned with. When she's having these conversations, she doesn't pull her punches. She goes hard. But I think it works really well because of the contrast of like she has this kind of gentle sounding voice, and it works really well.
This excitement. Obviously not excited to see animals in distress, but I don't know, it's strange. It's hard to explain really the feeling that I have right now. It's sort of like going on a mission, I guess.
Are you afraid of what you might see?
Yeah, definitely.
You know what?
Speaking to my brother.
Here's what we'll do. I see that there's a warning coming up, and we'll take it to that point, and then we'll watch Chris's BBC interview.
Him explaining to me the possibilities of things that we may come across. It's pretty nerve-wracking.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice. Great intro. Really builds up the tension. All right, we're gonna take it to there, and I'm all for showing brutal footage, but if it hurts the stream or whatever, and I would just like highly recommend people to watch that. I should go watch that myself too, but let's watch the BBC interview. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, let's see. Tube. Because that'll be interesting. You know, I used to be a part of the media, so I'll be able to critique the interviewer as well for how well he did or didn't do. Although, will I be able to show this now? Oh, good. It's on his channel. Okay, it's on Chris's channel. Because the BBC might have it like, let's see. Share this tab instead. Okay, we've got that one up. All right, this is Chris Hines on the BBC. I have never seen this. Didn't know he got on the BBC. When was this? 5 years ago. I've been vegan 7 years. So a lot of this stuff was happening right when I turned vegan.
Around 100 vegan.
I'm going to pause a little frequently in the beginning because I feel like that part might be copyrighted. Who knows?
Activists stormed a Lincolnshire pig farm at the weekend and occupied the shed where the animals were kept for over 8 hours. The group called Meet the Victims say that they were protesting peacefully.
I believe, Chris, you should know this. I'm sure you know this. So was it Leah Dellinger? Was she one of the co-founders of Meet the Victims? And if so, I saw that Leah came back to Instagram just a week ago or so, which is exciting because she was a great activist that we hadn't heard from in a while. Ended up with a lot of legal troubles, but go check out Leah Dellinger and it's spelled Doellenger. Let me change the comment. Let's see. MTV2, yeah. Okay, there's Chris Hines on the screen. But yeah, I also just I'll write in the chat. I think this is how you spell her name. But people should definitely go check her out. Oh, started it in Australia, where Carrie is. I thought she was UK based. Yeah. Leah. So check out Leah if you guys haven't followed her on whatever she's on. Definitely she's on Instagram because that's where I saw it. Let me put that on the screen just real quick so that people who are watching will see that. Leah Dellinger. She's back. So, animal abusers beware. Because Leah Dellinger has returned. All right. Here's Chris on MTV2. That's indeed.
And it was designed to highlight cruel farming conditions. But the farmer says
Just real
they
quick.
actually
Holy crap. Like, how much stuff is in Australia? They have a huge, well-viewed animal rights scene, don't they? It's amazing. James, Joey, Leah, Tash, Jack, to the grave. Jesus. Australia is where it's at.
compromised animal welfare and meant her pigs had to go without food for the whole day. In a moment, we'll hear from Meet the Victim.
Hang
But
on,
first-
sorry to pause, but Carrie's asked an important question. Got a bean suggestion that isn't Mexican or burgers? What else can I use red beans for? Well, you could just eat the red beans plain and get you a Beyond Burger like I'm going to do in a little bit. Yeah, Kane, how much do you need for the camera? We got to support. We got to get you that camera. A good quality one, too. Not the cheap shit. Get the good one.
First, Caroline Bilton has this report.
They said it was a peaceful protest. The farmer described it as an invasion. 200 activists
Whoa,
came onto this
200.
pig farm, chosen
That's like some of the DXC protests back in the day.
not for its welfare standards, they say, but to show people the true picture of a typical pig farming unit. 100 people staged a sit-in protest inside this farrowing house for 8 hours.
Well, I have seen some of the footage that was filmed in these farrowing houses over the weekend, and it does appear to show some dead
Pause for content so that it doesn't get taken down. Resuming.
animals. We have decided not to show you that footage this evening, but the farmer has agreed to talk to us. Describe to me in your words what happened here at the weekend.
I minded my own business, and suddenly I was confronted with over 200 people all wearing uniform regulation, with most of them
Sylvia the farmer. Yeah. So what set me on this path, if y'all don't know, like, I mean, towards like doing YouTube, was working with Wayne Shung, who I got to know while he was on trial for rescuing a goat near where I live. But what really got us hooked up together, working much closer together, was that during his trial in California, while I was there helping out with the press team for DXE, he lost his paralegal and needed somebody to fill in. So I was his paralegal during that trial, which was such an honor and a crazy experience for me. Like, I have no legal background, but anyway, it was very similar looking to this demonstration. And they had, this woman looks like she probably comes across sympathetic to the BBC a little bit. And they had this guy who was sort of sympathetic as like the guy on the trial. And it was just interesting. And yeah, Wayne went to jail for 38 days after being found guilty during that trial. So I was, of course, a huge help. I did really well for him.
wearing masks, constantly bombarded this place. I was really, really frightened. I was scared, and I was incredibly intimidated. Well, first of all, the sows were very, very stressed initially with all the noise and commotion, jumping up and down, squashing piglets, causing general havoc. They were picking piglets up, cuddling them. There's lots.
I mean, let's say, for the sake of argument, that that's exactly what happened. Which, you know, these are all animal lovers, so they are not like... So these are all animal lovers, so they are concerned about the animals. But let's say exactly what she said is what happened. She's acting like she cares about the well-being of the pigs. And even if she were concerned about the well-being of the pigs, it would be in as much as the pigs can make her money. Okay.
Screaming going on. The piglets do not actually want to be cuddled. They're then, unfortunately.
Hang on. Can anyone verify in the chat for me? The piglets do not want to be cuddled? Because in my experience, they like to run around, they like to play. Maybe they don't want to be picked up all the time, but I think they like being cuddled. Anyone confirm or deny? I don't know.
Piglets back in the wrong pens. Our next major issue, because it was such a long point of time, was we were not able to fulfill our caring and farming duties to the animals. We could not get in to feed. Our barrow is the width of the passage. We could not feed with those people in there.
So these animals went without food as a result of this protest.
Oh God, BBC, come on now. Use your brains. Oh my God, these animals were without food during this demonstration. Oh my God. Sylvia, that's terrible.
I have seen some video footage that appears to show dead piglets. What would you say to that?
Yes, I would agree. There was a dead piglet in there.
Oh. Damn. Yes, I would agree. There was a dead piglet in there. Is she going to say the activist did it?
They claim that that piglet had been there for at least 24 hours. I can categorically state that is not the case. That piglet was fine when I was in there. It looks as though a big sow has
Wait.
stood on it.
Oh
That
my
piglet was
goodness.
fine
Oh my
when
goodness.
I was
Listen to
in there.
this.
It looks as though a big sow has stood on it.
Guys, she just, because of these farrowing crates, right? There's no room. So the mother accidentally stood on her baby. That's what the farmer is admitting. I can tell you, BBC, it is categorically false. This did not happen 24 hours ago. It happened right after I left the farm. You know, believe me, what does it matter? It happened. Jesus.
Possibly they put the wrong piglet back in the wrong pen.
We have also seen footage that appears to show piglets on
what?
The wrong piglet back. Looks as though a big sow has stood on it. Possibly they put the wrong piglet back in the wrong pen.
We have.
Who? Oh, she is blaming the activists. She's saying the activists grabbed the piglet, were cuddling them, and then put them back. I don't think that's what they would have done if they had picked up a piglet. So she's blaming the activists. Got it. Yeah.
I've also seen footage that appears to show piglets on a muck heap, dead carcasses. And can you explain that to us?
Yes, I can. These piglets were stillborn. So yes, there were dead piglets. No, they had not been there for weeks. They stopped us collecting them up. They stopped us working.
Oh dear. For 8 hours, you had some activists on your farm, and it prevented you from collecting all the corpses that accumulate on your farm. Damn. That's a, big disruption to your business. I guess corpse collection is a big part of your business.
Should people who shop for meat in supermarkets be concerned about the welfare of pigs in places like this?
Here, we run to the Red Tractor scheme, as do the majority of the...
I'm sorry. Chris, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that she runs the Red Tractor scheme. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna cut the video because everything's fine. These are Red Tractor approved. Sorry. She's a hero, actually, this lady. Actually. So I guess we don't need to see any more of this video because it's all fine. And the activists killed that piglet. Damn it. Chris. Why'd you do that?
Farms in the UK. Our standards are the highest.
The farm was keen to show us these sheds today, overlooked by the protesters.
This is what they showed. Look at this. That's what they were proud to show. This looks gross, man. Like, Look at that. Look, scuffed up, marks on their backs, because this is probably spray paint that they sprayed numbers on the pigs. They've got this little stall that they're running around in. These aren't the farrowing crates. And this is what they showed the BBC.
They say they're still shaken up by what happened here and claim animals have been caused.
Poor farmers. They're still shaken up by that horrific event that maybe they should be.
Due stress by this protest. Caroline Bilton, BBC Look North, Lincolnshire.
Thank you, Caroline. Well, that's what happened. This afternoon, I spoke to Chris Hines, who is from Meet the Victims UK. Mr. Hines, why did you choose this farm, a red tractor approved farm, typical of...
Yeah, Chris. Why'd you go to one of the good ones? You know, there's some bad farms that aren't red tractor approved. You could have done that. Why go to the good ones?
Many in this country.
Well, that's kind of the exact reason we wanted to target a farm like that, purely because we wanted to give a really true kind of look at a typical farm rather than one that may have been investigated in the past.
But why did you think it was okay to trespass on this farm, invading the property with dozens of activists?
Well, pretty much,
Wait,
we want to show the reality.
It was about 200. Let's just give people the real number.
Of what goes on.
Dozens of activists. It was okay to trespass on this farm, invading the property with dozens of activists.
Well, pretty much, we want to show the reality of what goes on inside. Now, it may seem extreme to people, the action that we did, but what's more extreme is what's actually going on inside these facilities. I mean, these animals are, greatly suffering, and they're all going to go to a slaughterhouse to be put into a gas chamber.
Yeah, but everybody knows what happens. This is a
No,
legitimate...
no. No, they don't. BBC. You know why they don't know what happens? Is because the BBC doesn't tell them what happens. So Chris got in that they go into gas chambers, but the BBC didn't mention that, did they? What? Chris, slow down. Slow down. Please don't tell people things that they should have learned from the BBC. That's our job.
Business subject to independent audits every year, some unannounced audits. The farmer says the protest caused the death of 2 piglets. This hardly sounds like a...
So the farmer says this caused the death of 2 piglets. You're forgetting, BBC newscaster, with all that wisdom. This prestigious BBC, such smart individuals, so well-spoken, such critical thinkers. Did you stop to think, BBC guy, that those pigs that died on the farm that you're claiming, that you're just taking the farmer at their word, that those activists caused the deaths of those pigs? What were about to happen to those pigs after the action? I don't know. It's just the BBC. It's not like we expect them to do some critical thinking or anything, do we? By the way, I used to work for NPR. Almost every station that I worked for, I worked for NPR stations. Almost every station I worked for played the BBC overnight. I thought extremely highly of the BBC, and in some ways I still do, because they do great coverage of world events. But I never heard about gas chambers at pig farms.
Peaceful process. What do you say to that accusation, by the way?
That's completely false. In fact, we have about 50 live streams that will show evidence of this. People can more than welcome to go and check those out and see if they can find any evidence. In fact, those piglets were found dead on arrival, as well as piglets that were thrown into a manure pile outside of the shed, and also piglets in another shed that are just abandoned on the floor.
The farm says that protesters were picking up...
BBC guy, your job is to get to the facts. The farm said, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to confront this activist really hard. Who do you think has more of an incentive to lie? Would it be the activist or the person with money on the line? Do you think Chris has money on the line? Chris is losing money. Chris is a smart guy. Okay. I can tell. Chris is a smart guy. He does a ton of stuff, tons of videography, all this kind of stuff. Chris could probably be making a very comfortable living. I don't know what kind of money Chris can bring in. But it's safe to say that Chris loses money by what he's chosen to do. I think that's safe to say. Sorry to say that about you, Chris, but I assume that's the case. So this is someone who could make a ton of money. And fucking BBC guy, we expect better. This is why I'm so hard on NPR, BBC, whatever it is, because we expect better. He's not on Fox News or whatever. He's on the BBC. Do your fucking homework.
Animals. One person tried to take an animal off the site and was stopped by the police.
Yeah, because they wanted to try and get them out of harm's way. All these animals are ultimately going to go to their death. So as much as people think that what the activists are doing is extreme, what is going on in these industries is far more extreme for something that we don't need. We do not need to eat animal
But what
products.
about the stress you cause? What about the stress you cause
The
to
stress?
the
What about the stress you cause, Chris? By the way, great answer, Chris. And you've got this hostile interviewer, and you're getting the facts out. You're doing well, honestly. Not rattled. Doing really well.
animals there and also to the family?
The animals have not been stressed whatsoever, and we have video footage to show that the activists entered calm.
Hey, Chris, do you think the BBC watched your video footage, or did they just talk to the farmer and take their word for it? By the way, I haven't paid as much attention to the chat. I see people are having a good discussion. Let me just catch up a little bit. Hey, Lucie. Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed your message, Lucie. Great video. I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for joining. Lucie, the reason why I reacted to your video is many activists who I interviewed recommended your channel. So you have the respect of a lot of amazing activists. I had seen your content, I think once, thanks to Vegan Gaze, who does a great job showcasing other activists. But anyway, the video that we reacted to was awesome. And thank you for being here and subbing. We're watching Chris, who I know you know, own the BBC, who, by the way, I mean, they're considered one of the best. They are not showing it in this interview.
Quietly, and none of the animals were.
Let me back it up a little
And
bit.
also to the stress you cause. What about the stress you cause to the animals there and also to the family?
The animals have not been stressed whatsoever, and we have video footage to show that the activists entered calmly, quietly, and none of the animals were distressed at all. As for the farmers, they are not the victims in this. The victims are the animals which are being exploited and killed.
After the protest,
we do not need.
After the protest.
Also, just to make this point, had the animals been stressed, they were there to rescue them. So even if the animal, like, they didn't stress the animals, but even if the animals had been like, oh shit, there's new people here that I'm not. Look, the animals often don't. I'm sure they'll see like a huge wall of people coming in. That's sure. Okay, they don't know what's happening because they expect they expect humans to be there to harm them. Have you guys ever done, I'm sure a lot of you activists have done like vigils and stuff, like, so that's like a more entryway level of activism that a lot of people have done. And you go up to the truck or whatever that's carrying the pigs into the slaughterhouse, and they kind of recoil in fear because they're not used to humans being nice to them, which should tell you something, BBC. But he's refusing to use his brain because maybe he doesn't have one, because he's an empty suit that they threw on the air who can speak intelligently, but he doesn't seem very intelligent to me. Sorry, BBC guy.
It's one of the activists who was there says the farm was very neat and clean. In fact, it's the cleanest she's ever seen. What's your problem?
Well, indeed, it was fairly clean compared to other places. But what we want to show is the standard industry. These mothers were in farrowing crates where they can take about one step back, one step forward. They can't turn around. They're in there for about 8 weeks. If there were dogs in those crates, there would be absolute outrage.
What you basically want is the world to turn vegan. Do you really think that behaviour like this, that people have now seen on their televisions, is going to make people think, do you know, I think I'll stop eating meat?
Well, you know what, BBC guy? You know what probably would help would be if the news media would do their jobs so that activists didn't have to do this. Instead, a reporter would have gone in there and investigated and shown them some like spiffy BBC investigation. And then it didn't have to be Chris here on the air speaking for the animals. You know, Chris is doing your job, is what I'm saying. Chris is being the BBC reporter right now. He is the informer, and you are the misinformer, which is pathetic. You know, it is pathetic. I'm sorry, I get kind of worked up about NPR, BBC, because they're such fucking failures.
Well, ultimately, we've already had people come forward that have seen this footage and chosen not to consume meat because of this. So this does work. In the end, this is, you know, sometimes extreme situations require extreme actions. And although people think that what we did,
and it wasn't extreme, Chris. You walked onto a farm and you saved some animals, and you drew a lot of attention to it, and well done.
was extreme, which was go into a shed peacefully and sit in there.
Well, it wasn't
These
peacefully.
animals are gonna go
It
to their
wasn't
death, and that's
peacefully,
far
according
more extreme.
to some. Do you want to just finally? Do you want to publicly apologise now to the farmer on behalf of the dozens of protesters
Let's hear it. Let's get the apology, Chris.
who invaded the farm?
I think that we don't want to apologise to the farmer at all. And so if anyone should apologise, I think it should be the farmer, probably to the animals and not even us. In the end, that the animals are the victims here, not the vegans, not the farmers.
Mr. Hines, very good to talk to you tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Chris, so well done. That was awesome. Let me catch up on the chat. That was so badass, by the way. And such a failure. Yeah. They cut you off. Yeah, what was that little jump cut? You remember you saw that? Right. Hang on, back up.
To publicly apologise now to the farmer on behalf of the dozens of protesters who invaded the farm?
I think that we don't want to apologise to the farmer at all. And so
What's that? What was that?
Who invaded the farm?
I think that we don't want to apologise to the farmer at all. And so if
What happened there? Did you drop some knowledge and they had to cut that out? They cut you there. Yeah, what'd you say, Chris? We'll put it on the screen because my thing's not glitching anymore. Oh my goodness. Let me catch up with the chat. You basically said the farmers were liars and animal abusers in our... Good. She was a liar. And they only talked to that one lady, apparently, and they just took her word for it. That is so wimpy. Hey, Molly. Victoria's vegan in the house? Oh my God, this is a fun stream. So many legends here. Hey, Victoria. Sorry, I haven't kept up as well with the chat. My screen was glitching before. That was awesome. All right. So here's what we'll do, y'all. I wanted to show this DXC video too. Everybody go sub to Chris Hines, sub to Kane, Defends Animals, sub to Victorious Vegan. And I won't hate it if you go and drop a comment on the BBC saying, what the fuck was that? Because that was pathetic. Intense interview on the BBC. That was 5 years ago. They won't remember it, but that was bad on their part. Okay, here's... Ooh, there's a post too, this thing. So I hadn't seen this before, and just because I use the I use like, you know, a different YouTube so that I can do my stuff here. But prior to this, I had like a much more anonymous YouTube. And so now I'm getting all these old videos that I should have seen, you know, like, because all I'm doing is animal rights stuff on this channel, basically, in gaming. So anyway, this is my friend Wayne being a badass. 10 years ago, I was not even 11 years ago, said 10. So this must have happened like today or yesterday, 11 years ago. So this is 11 years ago. I've been vegan 7 years, and this is how long Wayne has been kicking ass.
It's simple as saying.
So have y'all seen this? I haven't seen this one. Y'all are having a good debate, huh? Thanks for being here, Victoria and Lucie. It's so fun to have absolute legends in the chat like Chris and you guys. And okay, this was awesome. So I have seen this. I haven't seen the post thing. I saw this the other day. Got to show it.
That if you just cut out meat and you start drinking soy milk, that that's going to solve the environmental challenges. I mean, obviously, I agree with everyone on the panel that to say that we should eat less meat, but you need to have animals in agriculture. You need that manure as a fertilizer. And so if you're going to have the animals in the system, what are you going to do with the animals once their life has completed?
Okay, so I need to pause to make a public service announcement that I should have made at the beginning, which is if you have a question, there should be pieces of paper for you to write things down. Don't put your hand up.
A little bit of foreshadowing because I don't think Wayne did put his hand up. That's coming up, but
Write
watch
the
what
question on a
happens.
piece of paper, and they're going to be collected
No need. No
so
need.
that you have
Don't
a
worry
little
about
bit of
that.
effective processing of the
Got it.
questions here on the side. And while that's going on, we're going to continue.
By the way, I don't know what the context. DXC at Stanford American Meat. Like, apparently this was a long discussion, probably, and I don't know what the hell they said, but this is good.
So one of the issues that was raised in the film, we're going to leave the should we all become vegetarians aside for the moment, and
why are we leaving that issue aside?
we'll come back.
Wayne, such a boss, right? Like, what? Hang on a second. And by the way, we're definitely gonna leave being vegetarian aside for the time being, because the vegan is speaking.
I just want to ask a very quick question because I feel like there's a perspective that's not being offered here. And Vass tried to offer that perspective, but it was shut down. And I was growing up eating meat every single day of my life. I'd eat a huge stack of bologna when I came home, or a huge can of spam because I love that stuff. I love the idea of killing animals. I love the idea of eating animals. So if there's anyone who should be receptive to this movie, it should be me. I ought to be the guy. But the truth is, I'm not receptive to the message of your movie, Crown. And I want to show you why. This is why. This is my little girl, Lisa.
So it sounds like there was a movie, like a film. Oh, is this a film? Okay, I don't know. American Meat? I don't know.
I love her more than anything in the world. She, every day when I come home, jumps up and down in happiness to see me. She has a personality, a life that's worth living. And I want to tell you, in my home country of China, there are people who look at my little girl, Lisa, and you know what they see? They see a thing to use and abuse, a thing to eat. Now, when I ask the people in China, and I've been in China, I've talked to these people, why is it that you're killing and eating these dogs? They're my friends.
By the way, just the length of time that he's already been able to speak is incredible. Like, because usually they would shut this down, but because he got up so confidently, and he's speaking with, he seems to be in control. It's just, that's already just amazing in my view, because a lot of it, they'd be like, okay, thank you. We got you. We understand. And they are not yet.
What they tell me is you're doing exactly the same thing in the United States. You're just calling them pigs, cows, and chickens. And so I just want to ask you today, take a look at my little girl. Look into her eyes, please. Please look into her eyes and tell me, why does she deserve to die to serve your bloodthirst and greed? Wow. Why did you kill?
So good. So good. God damn. 11 years ago, he was doing this.
These animals for profit.
Look at the
And I want to ask
he's evoking. I mean, that guy he laughed. Doesn't know what the hell to do.
Why would you kill these animals? For profit. And I want to ask all of you today that same.
Sorry, Wayne's in control here. You guys, he's got it. Just chill out.
Same question.
He's got this.
What is it about these innocent animals? What is it about these creatures that gives us the right to kill them?
Hold on, can I ask you?
You know, so one of the things that the public hasn't seen that I really wish they had seen was when we were in Wisconsin for the Ridgeland hearing, for the Ridgeland trial. We were set to argue, or Wayne was going to argue personhood for animals. The day that we were going to do that, they dropped the charges. So we were all in our suits. We were all ready to go. So we still did have this hearing. And Wayne blew my mind when he got the chance to speak, because the whole hearing was basically just drop the charges. We were upset because the judge in that case seemed very sympathetic to our cause, and it looked like this was going to go really well. And that's, of course, why they dropped the charges. So anyway, Wayne got up there and had the assistant DA, I believe it was, over there. And we were told we can't film this, I think. And so anyway, Wayne got up there and what did he say? That was so powerful, but his voice rose and it was like, these dogs deserve better. And he was looking at the assistant DA. The DA had her head down like this. She wouldn't even look up. And I was like, this is such an amazing moment. But now when I look back, it's like, so Wayne was doing that 11 years ago. I'm like, no wonder he has no problem speaking like this, because it was kind of like this. Wayne's been doing this for like a decade. It's amazing. Dennis. Well, Dennis, like, for one thing, like, sorry, I haven't followed the debate in the chat because y'all are handling it really well. But I hope that at least, Dennis, you can see that, like, who are you more impressed by in these videos? Like, are you impressed by the farmer, or are you impressed by Chris? Are you impressed by Wayne or this panel? Or, you know, like, I hope at least like you're seeing that I mean, there's just no question who's in the right, you know? So anyway, let's get back to this video. Let's continue.
Let's answer that question today. My name is Wayne.
And who has the courage? Like, look at this would be very uncomfortable for most people to do, even to stand up, to raise their hand. Some people don't even want to raise their hand in this thing.
This is my little girl, Lisa.
Excuse me.
She doesn't deserve to die, but neither did any of them.
Wayne, can I ask you a question?
She put her hands on him, by the way, which is okay. You know, it's not going to bother him, but
she doesn't deserve to die, but neither did any of them.
Yeah, she did. She was touching him. I mean, it's fine, but for some people, that wouldn't be okay. Wayne doesn't care.
My name is Adam.
Oh, God.
This is Daisy.
I would
She doesn't deserve to die.
Oh shit, is half of our audience DXC members? Shit. I thought we had a good crowd. Damn it. Thought we had a nice, good crowd of supporters.
Sit down, Wayne. My name is Sarah. Please.
Uh-oh.
This is my little girl, Pippa. He doesn't deserve to die, and neither do they. Okay, guys, we got the point. No one is advocating.
My name is Igal. This is my friend, Crash.
How many? I couldn't tell from the video, but it's just like, this is so awesome.
He does not deserve to die, and neither did they.
This is Giselle. She doesn't deserve to die.
My name is Rachel. It's my 11th child. She does not deserve to die. Neither do they.
My name is Aspen. I raise kids. I love meters.
And look, all the triggered meat flakes are, I mean, can you imagine this? So this is at Stanford, I guess, which is like a very prestigious university in America, one of the top, considered to be the top schools. And look at the critical thinking skill of the populace. Like, they're cheering for the troll who stood up. You know, I don't have a high opinion of a lot of people. I guess that's becoming clear. But this is supposed to be a smart crowd. And I guess that was fun though. But like, when I was in college, I never had anything fun happen like that. I would have loved it.
My name is Connie. I'm an ex-vegetarian. And it's okay to eat meat. It's a personal choice. This is a public conversation.
Uh-oh, someone got triggered. Damn it. Ugh. I need to ask Wayne. Wayne, did you consider the fact that you might trigger a vegetarian? I need to confront him about that. Damn it, the vegetarian got triggered. It's a personal choice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a public discussion and it's a personal choice. It's okay to eat animals. I used to be a vegetarian. Well, it's not so personal when you're harming someone, is it? Now, if you are the victim, you'd probably want people speaking out for you too. But of course, you're not the victim. You're the privileged girl going to Stanford and eating animals.
Yeah, guys, you're being super disrespectful with a lot of people and their time. We've got your point.
Damn it, Wayne. Wayne, did you consider that you might be being disrespectful? Bet that thought didn't even cross your mind, did it, Wayne?
And he does not deserve
We
to
would
die.
ask for you to
1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4, 5,
respectfully,
6.
you talk for 2 hours about
At least 7 people in their audience were these
violence against
DXC.
respectfully.
Ma'am, respectfully, you talk for 2 hours about violence against innocent animals. We're asking for 2 minutes to talk about peace and justice. The reality is, these animals have lives that are worth living. I have been inside of a slaughterhouse. I have seen the eyes of an animal who is about to die. I've been haunted by those images for the rest of my life.
Just amazing, like the amount of credibility that activists with DXC typically have. Like, for instance, like when I was trying to react to the Jubilee video and Zoe's on there talking to a couple of carnivore clowns, and she's talking about, I've got that, you know, the ankle bracelet on because I went into these factory farms and rescued animals. How do you even debate with that? You can't. You have no credibility in this situation. I mean, I'm talking about you to the carnivore people. Like, and Wayne's here, like, I've been in the slaughterhouse. I've seen the animals. A Stanford University student wouldn't sit there and be like, oh, shit. Like, maybe I should listen to this guy. He has something to say. Unlike the clowns on the stage who talk for 2 hours about meat or something. I don't know.
For those of you who think these animals don't have lives as valuable as yours, I'm telling you right now, the animal rights movement is growing in strength today. Every day, all over the world, we are gathering in strength, and we will speak out and fight against this violence until all the other people are killing animals. Even their own what we've done, which is slaughter and massacre and violence.
I love Wayne when he's getting righteous. That's what he did in front of that DA. It was like, he said, this must stop. He was banging his fist on the table. This must stop. It was very powerful, and the judge was pretty captivated by it. He had to dismiss the charges because that's what you do. We were arguing for the charges not to be dismissed, which, you know, again, that tells you a lot. Like, Wayne was willing to go to prison for maximum 16 years for rescuing 3 beagles. He was willing to risk that just so that the animals would have their day in court. And like I know that we're having some discussion, Dennis, in the chat. Like, who would you rather see? Like who's right? Who's right? I think it's pretty clear. It's Wayne. It's Zoe. It's these activists. It's Chris, Carrie, Victoria, Kane. Like, we don't get anything from this. Like, I'm enjoying streaming, but, you know, this isn't something I get a lot of like material value for, right? I enjoy this. But just like Chris, I could be doing something else with my life that could make me a lot of money. Or, you know, I was working for NPR. I could be that BBC clown. I could be that guy interviewing an activist, like, but the farmer said that, you know. So I don't know. I think that these are the people who are going to change the world, is what I'm saying. And whether or not they're successful this year or next year or 10 years from now or 20 years from now, these are the people who are going to be looked back in history as the people who stood against something atrocious, you know? And I mean, Dennis, I love you. You know, you're here in the streams, you know, like you're very respectful. You chat a lot. I want you to be that person too, you know? You could also be one of those people.
Is this the first one?
Well, why don't we just let's try a Q&A right now, and we'll have the presence of these folks up front. That's fine. I mean,
are we gonna have a pleasant conversation about rape, about child pornography, about dog fighting? What's next? Are you gonna invite a dog fighter, Michael Vick, to this forum?
Wayne's fired up. Be careful. Yeah, Michael Vick. He brings up Michael Vick. Look at all these people just laughing. Stanford. This is the future right here. All these bright young people going to Stanford.
And allow him to talk about how wonderful it is to torture and kill dogs? What is next? We have to have standards. You have to draw a line and confront injustice and violence. The reality is, I don't want anyone to be hurt.
Oh,
I
no.
know Graham
Sit down,
Fleming-
vegetarian. Sit down. We've heard from you.
I'm sure a wonderful God. I know many of you are offended, and our intent is really not to disrupt. Our intent.
Yeah, you came to college because you didn't want to be challenged about anything, right? You wanted to sit on your ass in a little classroom, you know, listening to someone bark like the standard boring bullshit to you, right? You didn't come there to learn anything, did you? Well, I didn't learn much in college that I use today. I wish I had Wayne come to my class though and do that. That'd be hilarious.
It's a trigger. It's a trigger. Oh, trigger. A confrontation.
Wayne is loving this, by the way. Knowing his personality, look, he's grinning. Oh, he's I think Wayne's having fun.
Exactly what we need.
Mike, could you turn my mic?
All of the animals are free. We'll remember this day very differently from the way you're perceiving it today. But thank you very much for your
Okay, so
we appreciate your
we
talk.
had spent a wonderful year of 2007. Okay, David.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
He did. Yeah, he did nicely. God, they dominated that stage for like, what was it? Like 5 minutes. That's a really long time for like a disruptive event like that.
Yeah.
It was we shot a lot of different footage, and one of the challenges of making a documentary is that you have so many different stories that you can put into it.
So you leave out the murder. You leave out all the killing.
Whoa, I didn't watch this long. She is killing it right now.
I appreciate you coming out, and the reason that we didn't put in the slaughter side of things, we did film.
Because it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, because you can't show that, and then people are gonna be like put off meat, aren't they?
It was actually
I don't
because
like to see that.
we had to leave out a lot of things, and so that was one of the things that we had
damn.
that we left out. We did have
ended up on the cutting room floor for time. Yeah.
2 scenes of slaughter in the film, but thank
film?
you for coming out.
I don't even want to promote it,
And
but
we'll
whatever.
go ahead and continue this conversation.
And thank you for leaving
Continue
out.
to cover up the murder.
Ooh, so good. Look at people laughing at this. I mean, it's funny to some extent how like triggered people have gotten from this. Again, this is supposed to be Stanford. I guess that's what this is. Stanford is. I guess it's Stanford University in California. That would make sense.
I'll say my story really quickly.
To the donors of Wounded Warrior Project, thank you so much. Dealing with the loss of both
that's
legs
mad.
and PTSD
Every last
So
slaughterhouse.
you want to change the world for animals.
Here's Almira. Let's watch a little bit of Almira, and then we'll watch the, and then we'll watch the recap to this. But this might be good.
But you're not sure how, or if it's even possible. I've been there, but then I joined Direct Action Everywhere, a network of ordinary people committed to changing the world for animals. DXC has reviewed movement history and put the
Chris, get you some good sleep, man. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to me that you joined my stream. You are an absolute legend. I know we say that word a lot. We use that word for activists, legend. I feel like there should be another word for you. You're another word beyond legend with a capital L. So thank you so much for being here. And yeah, get you some good rest.
the latest social science research into action to great success. And what we found is that change is not only possible, it's inevitable if we follow the right steps. In her groundbreaking research, Erica Chenoweth, a political scientist at Harvard, found that societies are permanently transformed when just 3.5% of the population actively commits to nonviolent resistance. But 3.5% isn't a minimum, it's a maximum. Many times, it took even less. From women's suffrage to gay marriage, civil rights to Black Lives Matter, major change happens when a tiny fraction of the population takes sustained nonviolent direct action. Direct Action Everywhere is creating that 3.5% for animal rights.
Susie. That's Susie. She used to work in a slaughterhouse, and now she is an animal rights activist. How badass is that?
And we want you to be a part of it. Together, we can achieve animal liberation within our lifetimes. How? By exposing animal abusing industries, rescuing the animals, and elevating their stories everywhere we
By
can.
the way, I have an interview with Almira Tanner on my channel. Check it out. Interview with Wayne. Check out these great DXE activists. Michelle Del Cueto. Who else? Zoe Rosenberg. Cassie King. The DXC team is full of some of the most inspiring people you will ever meet. So check out those. But Almira is the lead organizer of DXC and someone I have a very, very high opinion of.
The animal rights movement has a long history of undercover investigations of factory farms, slaughterhouses, fur farms, animal testing labs, puppy mills, and other places where animals are abused. For decades, these animal exploiting industries have used their money and political connections to pass laws that criminalize these investigations. We think these laws are unjust and that it is our moral obligation to challenge injustice and help these animals whenever they're being abused. So in the spirit of nonviolence, we put liberation into action through Open Rescue. Open Rescue means we walk into these facilities, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes in broad daylight, and document the conditions inside. When we find sick and injured animals, which we always do, we take them out, get them medical care, and bring them to sanctuaries. When we execute these investigations and rescues, we don't hide who we are, and we film ourselves the entire time. Then we publicize our footage, along with our full names. Unlike animal abusing industries, we have nothing to hide. The idea is to demonstrate that what we're doing is not criminal. What's happening to animals is the true crime. And that's why we're not afraid to challenge these laws in court. Naturally, big animal exploiters like Smithfield and Purdue hate the negative publicity we generate from our investigations.
By the way, these
they're
stories you're
prosecuting us
seeing,
in court.
incredible work. Matt Johnson, Cassie King. I've never been more impressed. So having been someone who was on the other side of, the media as one of the people in the media, it's really impressive to me to see how they've placed their stories and gotten them in these massive publications. That is a hardworking team. Matt Johnson was the one who I met first and then got to know Cassie after Cassie took over the press team really well. And Cassie is still someone I work with to this day. And she is one of the real heroes of the movement.
Some DXC investigators have faced multiple felony charges that amount to decades in prison. Nobody wants to get locked up, but these whistleblowers welcome the prosecutions because the courtroom is another place to put the issue on the table for the world to see. So we support our fellow activists by showing up at their trials and spreading the word through social media and the press. And we push lawmakers to support the right to rescue animals from situations of distress and exploitation as a first step on the way to an animal bill of rights. Like most effective social movements, DXC works both inside and outside of the system to create change for animals. Even while we confront Big Ag and its enablers in government through nonviolent civil disobedience, while we confront Big Ag
I
and
believe this
outside of the
was
system
the
to
Sonoma
create change for
demonstration.
animals. Even while we
Yeah, look, that's what landed Wayne, I think, in prison for 38 days. I think this is the right.
confront Big Ag
be
and its
wrong.
enablers in government
So many of
through
them.
nonviolent civil
Pretty sure.
disobedience, we also work with legislators to craft bills and help get them passed. In 2019, DXC was instrumental in passing California's statewide ban on fur after spearheading the fur bans in Berkeley and San Francisco. And today, we're pushing these progressive cities to lead the way again by divesting city funds from animal agriculture.
Matt Johnson, if y'all haven't watched it, Matt Johnson has done some really hilarious stunts. Got on Fox News. Who else did he? Yeah, he impersonated a CEO. Just go look it up. Matt Johnson or animal activist impersonates CEO, something like that. They're funny.
We know
They do a lot.
that change starts locally, and what happens in 1, 2, or 3 cities can accelerate change across the world. But for that to happen, we need a lot of activists in one place. The only way we're able to do all this stuff is by having a strong, close community of activists. While we look out for animals, we also look out for each other. DXC has social events almost every day, whether through small affinity groups we call circles or through social media chats and online discussions. We also
Really
founded the
close-knit
first
community.
animal rights center in
Obviously, there's been, moments in the animal rights movement that have, been splinters, and, DXC has not been immune to that, but it's a real tight-knit group and real community-oriented, like a lot of activities people doing together.
in the country and inspired people to open similar community centers around the world. It's through the strength of community that we're able to support each other, learn from each other, and hold each other accountable. None of our work is possible without community. What this all amounts to is the capacity to create revolutionary social and political change for animals, shutting down
Alexandra Paul,
the industry
this lady right
to
here.
create revolutionary social and political.
She used to be on Baywatch. She was an actress, and she's dedicated her life to animals now. Just an incredible person.
Change for animals, shutting down the industries that exploit them and enshrining their rights in law. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take years, decades. But animal liberation is going to happen within our lifetimes. And if you want to be part of that change, we're here to help you be the
Victoria, you're so great. I'm so glad you're here during the stream. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you finally, and sort of meet you. But yeah, if y'all are curious about Victorious Vegan's content, we'll go check out her channel, obviously. But we also reacted to that the other day. We did 3 videos because they were so entertaining. Victoria handling the police with ease. With ease. It was something to behold. So nice to see you, Victoria, and thanks for stopping in.
most effective activist you can be.
Okay, that was, let's see if we can get the, I just want to recap. I know we're watching this out of order. So here's a post-protest interview. So I guess this is afterwards. I don't know. Let's see.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I actually meant for us to leave when I was walking out.
I hope this is okay to show. I mean, it's on YouTube already, so I guess it's okay, but this is a little internal. I guess it's fine. I don't know. This is just like them recapping what happened.
Now it's just like, oh wait, did I forget something? And then I didn't realize until afterwards that we actually had a line.
I didn't vet this.
So, is it now?
So Let me watch it carefully.
So I totally messed up the action. So I have to apologize to everyone. But we intended it to go very differently than it actually did. But the big problem was they weren't giving the audience an opportunity to ask questions. They were going to filter the questions, censor the questions, and we wanted to ask a question that challenged the very premise of this movie and challenged the premise of this event, which is that people who kill animals should have a platform talking about how wonderful it is to kill animals. And, I mean, it's like the example I gave when we were at the action. Would they invite a dog fighter to come in and talk about torturing and killing little puppies? Would they invite somebody to water noise? Sure. I mean, not so long ago, it was legal for men to rape their wives. 60 or 70 years ago, we didn't have laws against domestic violence. But it took people actually standing up and saying...
It's actually still legal, I think, in some states in America. Spousal R, because of YouTube. I guess it doesn't matter at this point. We've all heard it many times. But anyway, spousal R, I believe, is still legal in many places in America, technically. It's obviously a technicality, but hopefully people are being prosecuted for that. It's a bizarre thing to think about, that you would do that to your spouse.
Changing the cultural norms of the day by saying, no, this is just not okay. It's not okay anymore. It's not okay for you to talk about it. It's not okay for you to pretend it's okay. It's not okay for you to sit silently while it's happening. You need to speak out against it. Right. And so that was the premise of the action. And, obviously we did disrupt things. And I don't think anyone here relishes the fact that some people were upset, some people felt attacked. But at the same time, at the end of the day, violence is violence. And somebody has to speak up forcefully against it. So, I mean, look, at the end of the day, the audience obviously was very hostile to us. They didn't like us there. But I have no doubt that all of them are going to remember this.
Oh, 100% they're going to remember this. Like I said, this doesn't happen at school. If that was like a university classroom or something, I guess it was more a forum. But these types of things I never witnessed.
And, maybe there's going to be someone else who comes into their life and talks to them in a more rational way. But more importantly than that, the animal rights movement and social justice more generally aren't about individual choices necessarily, because no one chose racism, no one chose sexism, no one chose speciesism. I mean, it's a system that we're all a part of, but we don't have any control over. The only way we can take control over it is by taking direct action and trying to change the social normative climate so people no longer feel like it is okay to kill animals, and it is okay to look at animals as if they're just things, and it is okay to watch a 2-hour movie about killing animals and just, kind of pleasantly chat about it. I mean, it's not something you can just pleasantly
And
chat
this being
about.
11 years ago, I don't know how many good vegan documentaries there were, or animal rights documentaries. Earthlings would have existed by now, but not all Dominion wasn't out yet. We didn't have Cowspiracy, Christspiracy, all that stuff.
Any more than you could pleasantly chat about someone killing my little girl. Like my little girl was almost killed. And if I had to talk to the dog fighter who was threatening to kill her, I mean, I wouldn't just sit there pleasantly and say, oh, I understand your position, you understand my position, so we're good. No. I mean, stopping violence means taking action to stop the person who's actually...
Let me answer this question here. Oh yeah, I've got Elmira still on there. Okay, just want to respond. Vegan Power Lab said he wouldn't see any moral difference between eating a plant and eating a human in permanent vegetative state because neither would be sentient. Would you guys agree? Okay, that's a good one. A permanent vegetative state would mean that that person is no longer sentient and can no longer be sentient. So it would obviously be extremely weird to do. And I think that's why it might be morally different, especially it could upset a lot of people, right? But if we're talking about just in a vacuum, where there's no family members that will find out about that, all that kind of stuff, yeah, it's gross and weird. I don't know about there's a huge moral difference. I don't know. I really don't know. But, that gets to this kind of weird utilitarian thing where people make the argument about someone in a coma and, like, would it be wrong for you to R them, right? If they never found out about it and never had any harm done, you still have violated them. So I don't know. It's just an interesting argument. I didn't want to ignore your question there, Dennis. I know some people were debating with you. But he's obviously, he understands it would be very strange and gross. He's just trying to make the point about sentience. So I don't know. That's my take on it. Let me put Wayne back on the screen, DXE Wayne Shung. And I'm going to wrap the stream after this video, y'all, just because we've been going 4 hours. But it's been really fun having... This has been my most fun stream so far. It just, the amount of cool activists that have popped up, Chris and Victoria and Lucie and Kane. It's just, I'm very moved, very, very moved by that. We'll just leave it off the screen. Y'all know who this is. This is Wayne Shung.
These violent acts, whether it's rape women, whether it's violence against people, it's violence against children, or violence against animals, and that's what we need in this group, in my opinion. So, see how the video. I mean, does anyone else have any thoughts? What do you guys think?
I felt like the strong opposition in the crowd from the farmers, especially the woman who said, "I grow pigs and I love bacon."
I wonder if she was the woman at the end who, it was definitely a dark-haired woman who was challenging him more. And that was a really powerful moment, honestly. Why didn't you include the footage of the slaughter in your film? And he had that weak response. Oh, you know, we had to cut a lot out of the movie.
Maybe I'm just projecting my own opinions, but it seems like she was speaking from an idea that, oh, these are just the urban city folk who don't grow pigs, and they don't know anything about growing animals, and I've actually grown them. There were a lot of farmers in the audience, people who raised animals, and they thought we were ignorant. That's the vibe
those same people, the woman who is a pig farmer, her friends, they were laughing throughout the movie. I was just like, I didn't really feel any of it was really funny.
Oh, wow. So they were laughing through the movie. Interesting. Not a serious crowd. Or they were just out for a good time. They wanted to watch some movie about meat propaganda.
I don't remember specifically what they were laughing at.
It's like Gandhi said, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight at you, then you win. And I mean, those are all kind of necessary steps, I think, in social transformation. When you're trying to change the fundamental norms that people have and the fundamental ideas people have about animals or women or gay people or whatever it is, I mean, initially they're going to think you're crazy. And I mean, none of us like being perceived as crazy. I want to be normal. I want people to like me. But
we all kind of like have that natural tendency to want to be liked. Let me catch up. Was it Matt Gaetz who said if they are passed out, it doesn't count? Or was it another one of Trump's picks that said that? I don't know. I don't know who said it, doggo. But it's disturbing, isn't it? I talked to another vegan. He answered in a mix of you and Carrie. He said the person would need to have no family members affected. And then when we included that in the hypothetical situation, he refused to answer because said it's too unlikely to find such a person to consider it. But it seemed the main point for him was how others would react more than the human being eaten, but still felt uncomfortable to answer it. Yeah, you know, I've learned that, you know, in all these like hypothetical questions that a lot of people, I've learned really watching like Richard's content and Ask Yourself and all these things, that it's just, you've got to like respect the hypothetical that the person's asking when they're asking you one, and just try to be honest. And that's the best way to handle those questions. So I'm not surprised that people felt uncomfortable to answer that question, because it's can lead to this weird thing if you're talking about the morals of eating someone, that, you know, it leads to a very uncomfortable place, is what I'm saying. But yeah, I think that it does have this downstream, it could have this downstream effect of harm. So I don't know. I really don't know. But it's a tricky one. It's a good question.
Live in a system that is crazy. The normal person is the one who seems crazy. And the only way to change that is to be willing to stick your neck out and say, it's not us that's crazy. It's the system. It's a system that allows, I mean, these are children. And they're talking about how these chickens are killed in 7 weeks, 49 days.
Yeah.
These are babies. And I don't even doubt that these farmers often have compassion for these babies. But it's the system, these social norms that we have that make it okay to take someone you supposedly love and slit their throat. Like, one of the most disturbing things for me about this documentary are these points where they're talking about how the animals don't suffer at all, and like they throw these chickens upside down. And there was this one image where this poor hen was crying out in pain as her neck was bleeding out. And I just thought, you know, there's just this bizarre phenomenon where people can see violence and ignore it. And it's when our social norms tell you that it's okay. It's okay for this to happen, that you allow it to happen. But we need to change that.
Yeah, that scene was.
No, we can just screw over.
Ridiculous. That chicken was going, ah, and the farmer's like, they don't feel anything. The heart just comes.
So we said 2 more of our brave activists show up. And I apologize to all of them, and I apologize to you guys too, because we didn't go on according to plan, and I actually forgot entirely about the last line because I was so animated. And I was wondering why you guys were throwing me out when it last.
Well, it just goes to show, you know, like anytime you do you know, you've got this plan in your head, you think you know what's going to happen, and it always goes differently than you expect. So you just have to be adaptable and ready for these types of situations because they're so fluid. And as Wayne was saying, like, he's so caught up in the moment, like you forget, like, oh shit, I should have said X or Y or we had this other plan to do X or Y, and I totally blanked on it. But it's that was such a good disruption. Oh man, so good. All right, we're at the 4-hour mark, guys. Which I didn't expect to have a long stream like that, but when I had Chris Hines here, I had Kane, I had Lucie, Victoria, all these great activists, and we were having good debates in the chat. Dennis, thanks for engaging with people, and you know, it's good, you know, so I didn't want to cut it short. But anyway, I'm gonna end this stream here. I might game in a little bit. I've downloaded a game called Bloodborne, which is a very violent game. But anyway, I mentioned that I had watched that film Nosferatu the other day, and it was this gothic vampire masterpiece. So good. Go see that movie. Loved it. And I was like, oh, I want to do some dark gothic things. So anyway, oh yeah? All right, doggo. I think, you know, I've got to make a few phone calls, and I really should be reading. I've got something I got to read, but I want to play the game. So yeah, join me for Bloodborne probably in an hour or so, and we'll play that. I think it's going to be hard too, so I probably won't last long. All right, Dennis. Well, can you wait for an hour? Because I've got to make some calls, and anyway, I will jump on there and do it. Sleep for an hour. Yeah, sleep for an hour. All right. I hope it's not too hard. That's what he said. Kane, don't get me like that. Kane, you were just passing through, and then you ended up hooked in just like me. This was just going to be a pass-through stream. But then everybody was here. All the homies, right? All the homies were here. Chris, I can't, like, that was really fun. You too, Felix. You're awesome. And it was fun to react to Chris while Chris was here, because then I can ask him questions like, what were you feeling? That was fun. It's pretty dang hard. I tried one. a long time ago and got my ass whooped, doggo. So if you're interested to see me get destroyed by a video game, we'll see how it goes. But anyway, thanks for joining, guys. Felix, you're awesome. Doggo, Dennis, Carrie, love you, Carrie. You're awesome. And Kane Defends Animals. Go sub to Kane Defends Animals. Chris Hines, Victorious Vegan, Lucy Munson, Melon Steve. I mean, who am I forgetting? Chip. I almost forgot. That guy Chip. That vegan Chip. Something like that. I think it's that guy Chip. Anyway, take care, guys. Thank you.